All right. Checking my audio, and everything seems fine. Oh, excuse me. This needs to be in my bar somewhere. Here. I need to get more hits. Hello. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Hello and welcome to the Thunderdome. You have like multiple warlocks? Oh. Never seen so many warlocks before. Six warlocks? Crap. Basically keep the whole place on permanent fear. So I wanted to check. Never mind. Oh. Dropping the brainwashing machine inside, actually. Alright. I think I'm tanking. I signed up as a tank, so hopefully that's what we're doing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. DWB cache? Maybe you deleted your cache. I do, if it's possible. I understand that I'm still below hit cap though. So okay. Fair enough. Get the bindings for Blunder Fury? I'm pretty far off from that. I need to prove that I can tank it all. Hmm. Let's order some coffee. Boy. What if... I'd feel more comfortable if I had... Jeez. New one. You spawn? I can't even find it. How do I get rid of the buff you can't see? Okay. No. Okay. Where? I have Lazy Pig, so... where does Lazy Pig have that? Yep. Got it. Got it. Okay. So, if you can't see salvation, you can't remove it. So you have to have a add-on to get rid of it, which I think is a little bit funny, but I knew that already because that's why I've been using Empower to track buffs for the rogue. Oops. They chose death. No. Nope. We're on fire. Move. Is it me or is it hot in here? Yay. Hey, City Man, how's it going? I made the whole place spill lava? I don't think so. I want these on an off-spec roll. I don't know why I'm playing games with this, but... we're one piece away from the 8%. But until we have the 8 pieces, let's keep the leg plates of Wrath, as the stats are just better. I set molten core on fire. Oh man. I'm getting breathed on. So you think trying to get binding today, or are those reserved? Those are reserved. I would have to sign up for it, and I'm not comfortable signing up for it yet. I need to prove that I can be the main tank, I think, before Thunder Fury is on the record for me, or a possibility for me. I'm still off tanking. I don't even have maxed. I need to max my melee hit cap. I think I need 9%, so hopefully I get the Band of Acuria. I did think to stream on some other platforms, but oh my god. Ads. Lots of ads. Fire Lord. Fire Lord. Spawn. Spawn. Fire Lord. Pull it away. Okay. Annihilator. Okay. Guinness. Lol. So streaming on other platforms besides Twitch or YouTube. What did you have in mind? Like I tried a couple different ones. Really, literally no traction at all. I was not consistent in streaming there, but I was uploading all my videos, and I don't know. There just doesn't seem to be an audience for me in the ones that I've tried, like Rumble and what's it called? I forget what it's called. Is it Rumble? It's the green one. It has a green theme. Mm-mm. first thought you had was shame there isn't a side particular for artists and game designers to stream? People from the industry? Well, there is. There's the game dev thing on Twitch, I think. A contained environment like ArtStation for devs. Interesting. Only devs? Oh, Kick. Yeah, that's the one. I tried Kick a little bit. Not much luck there. Coffee's. Yeah, healing is next. I have the slow leveling priest. Level 10 for the moment. I'm gonna take it real slow on that one. I actually want to experience it, you know? I kind of rushed through with the tank. I took advantage of the what do you call it? Extra leveling. That period of time where they were giving extra XP. You know, it's really easy to eat and drink stuff when you're not the tank. As DPS. Because you don't have to be paying that much attention. Alright, I'm tanking Gar. I need to Wahoo. Okie dokie.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Nope. Ooh, drill borer disc. Definitely want that. Yeah. I'm gonna peel one off. Grabbing another. Do not stay away. Just use your ranged. Ooh. Oh. This is part of the set that inflicts damage upon people who attack me that I really want to put together and just be like the Thorns warrior. The other one drops off of shoot. The final boss. And then there's various things throughout the game that you can get. Oh boy. It's the famous music trigger spot. I love it. Where is it? There it is. Wait, I hit it? Wait, did they change it? I feel like they might have changed it. I definitely heard it trigger here. It looks like they put a timer on it. No, never mind. There it is. No, there's a timer. So it doesn't retrigger. They must have changed that. Well, what do you know? And still periodically do it though. Interesting, interesting. Can I get a bite of salad? Will it be possible? Nope. Mm. Should I be tanking this? What's this? A little confusing there. I'm not 100% what to do in that situation. I'm gonna ask the dumb question. I'm not 100% sure how to pull apart the mobs there. Like, I know I want the fire ones facing away from the raid. That's true for the rock guys too, right? Okay. Right. And there's that. True. Oh, you know what it is? I was listening to the radio. That's why the music is so much louder today. Let's turn it down a bit. It's in my ears. A little too much in my ears. Thanks for the sub, Vimp100. So we're gonna switch to two-hander. Let me check my buffs. Let's get stamina? No, we need strength. Let's get strength up. I'm running out of shrooms. I'm gonna have Zenrai do a whole session of farming. a bit messy. I know there's a trick for getting back in there. Wow. Okay, I won't be getting those. Tin, then Azilmar. Mukbang stream. Arg. Do I do the arcane? No, we wait on the arcane. When's the optimal time to drink the greater arcane protection? Right now? Already at 25 on your priest? Nice. Do you find priest leveling to be difficult? I found it to be a bit of a struggle. Oh my god. Fuck. Where's my mocking blow? Oh, I see what happened. Alright, well. GoFundMe. I need to get arrows. Or marksman. Finds when equipped. 22 ranged attack. Oh, ranged attack. Alright, let's put my board, my hammer and board on. Stupidly easy and low APM. Oh. Oh, excuse me. I don't know. I was having trouble with the priest until I got the Valentine's buffs. The one that gives you, when you create the gift, it gives you like plus 30 intelligence. And then I just had endless mana and I was able to mow through everything. I might just be doing it wrong. I'm wondering if I need a guide. Ah! No way. I am so in. What? I don't know what that means, but it sounds good. I so look forward to that. I have a nice rum vanilla right here from Ethiopia. Maybe I picked the wrong talent. I don't have any talents. I'm level 10. I have one talent. Hmm. Oh, come on. I wonder if it's just a latency thing. No, I'm just slow. That's all there is to it. I'm just slow. Nerds coffee.
4, 3, 2.
Hmm. Understood.
You're the child.
auto removed. So I'm taking the dogs. Okay.
5, 4, 1.
Oh. Come on. Okay.
Beware. The runes of warning have been destroyed. Hunt down the infidels, my brethren.
Where is? You jumped off a Wrath Abyssum cliff. And it killed you before you hit the ground? Good lord. Yeah, I don't PvP much. I've only tried a little bit on Turtle WoW. It's been a mostly meh experience. I have to keep all of these. Damn. Oh, yeah. Can a druid cast a lightning bolt in air? Like a warrior in air charge or intercept? Because the horde hit the ground and was laughing. I was laughing too. I don't PvP. I don't think you can. I think that's a... That has a cast... If you're moving, I don't think you can cast a lightning bolt. Do they have an instant lightning spell? I think they might. I know they've got several instant casts. Troll cast fear on the horde, who always camp Stormwind, so when they saw him in battlegrounds, they swamp him. Not surprising. Yeah, people hate that guy. Oh, shit. Why didn't anyone tell me my camera was off a bit? Let's zoom in there. There we go. Cracking into the egg. Pepper. Oh my god. Bread's tough today.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Easy peasy. I don't know if I need anything off this boss. Nope, nothing I need. I'm actually holding one of those. Oh man. Eggs in the morning. Best thing ever. See if I can finish these eggs before we get to breakfast. As the off tank, does my fire resist matter or no? Run and taunt. Yeah. Okay, just check it. I'm very familiar with that. And anyone can talk to him. Oh, there we go.
What is the meaning of this intrusion? Not infidels, my lord. Invaded your sanctum, seek to steal your secrets.
Let's see what his hit radius is here. I'm curious how far away I can be and still get something going. Oh. Well then. What? He didn't get booted, so... I think I need to find the exact spot where I'm not attacking. Yeah, okay. There we go. So it's roughly this sort of circle here. And then if I see him get knocked back, I just run in and taunt. Easy enough. I'll throw some sunders in there while I'm... So... no knockback on him. Nice. Improves your chance to hit by 2%. If only I were an armor smith. Oh well. Plates of Storms, Nemesis Pants. And the Crown of Molten Ascension! I swear, it drops every freaking time. What? Yeah. Intellect. It's all intelligence stuff. Yeah, we're good. Huh. Still a good run. I didn't get the Band of Acuria that I was really hoping for, so plus hit is still my big issue for this tank. I feel like I need to try a different protection build. And the one that was suggested to me has Impale and stuff, which I thought I had, and I didn't. I don't have it. So I need to switch that build up. So let's go respec and get that stuff in. But hey, we got leg plates of might, and so all we need is the helm of might to complete my might set. Right now, it's mostly might, belt, gauntlets of might, belt of might, leg plates of wrath, sabatons of might, 2 pretty terrible rings. Actually, the Nagel ring is part of the set that I want to make. Sigil of Heritage, Shawl of the Castellan, Resist All, Bracers of Might, Breastplate of Might. I just got the Cloak of Flames today, but normally I'd be wearing this Black Veil cape. Pauldrons of Might, Lost Dark Iron Chain, and a Golem Skull Helm. So it's all generally good tanking gear, but it's not like best in slots or anything like that. I mean, maybe some of these. No, none of these are. And then my big problem is this is like clearly it's just the best damage I had available. The Aura Stone Hammer. Just got the drill bore just today, and I don't really have a good weapon for the range slot yet. So that's where we're kind of at. And Astarion's Legacy. Yeah, it's on my list. Last time I went, I got the Shawl of the Castellan from there, which was pretty good. 2% haste and lots of dodge elements. VCB. Okay, it's on my list now. Later. If I switch to protection, would I get to roll in more purple gear? No, I am protection. I'm a protection warrior. Look. I'm like I'm neck deep in the protection tree. The problem is that this was probably a mistake. And I probably should split some more points over here to get into Impale. And they suggest improved overpower, actually, as part of the build. So I think I'm going to try that and see if I have more success, because I'm definitely struggling to keep... if you say so. I think, yeah. Well, I'm gonna try a slightly different protection build for next time. I was definitely struggling to keep aggro. Oh, come on. I'll go for trash just to get some of the trash drops, but I don't think I should be tanking anything major there. Yeah, probably. Actually, I might beat the defense requirement. I'm at 398. 440 is cap. Yeah. That's what everyone says. Hmm. Right. Yep. So that's why the spec I'm gonna go for has impale and improved overpower, and that seems to be the way to go for the new talents. If you want to stay in prot, anyways. Mm-hmm. Mm. Shield slam on cooldown, then concussion on cooldown, and overpower always if available. Right. That's the plan. Right. I don't know when to make those callouts. Hmm. Right. Yeah, I watched a whole video on it with this new spec, so I'm convinced that it's probably correct. And he starts in battle stance, and then if he can, he'll go in with the charge, and then he can what you call it, rend and everything. And then it seems like arms prot is the way to go, though he did have a couple points in crit. Though I'm deciding whether or not that's the way to go for me. See, that's the thing. Right. Yeah. Well, they make it look easy, but it's not as easy as it looks. And that's the thing. Like a good tank makes it seem like, oh, it's, what are they doing? They're just hitting the mob. Big deal. But no, there's actually a lot to it. Hmm. Hmm. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Our, our healers are crazy good. They've kept Zenrai alive tanking. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. I use macros on Zenrai because I know exactly what they're doing. I'm still struggling with my understanding of the tank priority of things, but I think I've figured it out this after this raid. I think I understand it better, so I might start making macros for Kinrah now. The number one thing I need to get on there is to target nearest if I don't have a target, because that's been a struggle. And if you know of some macros, let me know. But I don't want to do an add-on for macros, so I need like the basic macros. Right now, I'm deciding if I go for the last 6 points of defense here, or if I get 2% crit, or could retain up to 25 rage points when I change stances. I do change stances a lot. If you don't intend to use an add-on, things get more complicated. I don't. I mean, I have some add-ons. I'll install VCB, and I'm using some add-ons. If there's a warrior add-on that is like considered best in slot for warriors, I'll consider it, because I do use the rogue add-on that tells you your ticks, your energy ticks, which has been critical for understanding how my energy is gonna come. I'm sweating a lot for these last 2 points. What is my crit? 8. This would get me a 10% crit chance. I think that might be better, since keeping the aggro is my problem. All right, I think this is my new build. Oh, I don't have the brainwashing buff. Did they change that? So let's save this as my new prop build. You created all your macros once you figured out how Roid macros works. The main issue with warriors, you have a lot of buttons. It's true, and the whole changing of stances thing is kind of a lot, I'll be honest. Let's activate oh no, save. Second. Yeah. It looks like they removed the brain scramble. So there we go. 17,232. So this is my arms and this is my protection. Great. Hey, I think they took away the stupid scrambled brains bullshit, and now I'm able to save my stuff. Is it only in... Did they only do it in towns, or did they do it everywhere? I'm wondering if they were very specific about it or not. Yeah, that was... It was so aggravating, yeah. Like, oh, you can't save your spec because your brains are scrambled. Remember in 10 minutes. Like, fuck off. You're leaving so much threat on the table? Yeah, but I need to survive. If you can't survive, it doesn't matter what your threat is. And I've seen high-end tanks who are deep prot who handle threat just fine. So I know it's not... I think the main issue for this character right now is I need to get my hit up. And no amount of changing my specs to Fury or whatever is going to change that. Ugh. In fact, it'll just make it worse because I won't be able to survive at all. And I won't be able to maintain threat because I'm just missing and whiffing all the time. So, let's look at rotations. Prot doesn't give much more survivability? Are you insane? You're crazy. I know that's not true. Look at this. Increase your chance to block attacks with a shield by 5% and generates 5 rage when blocks occur. That's massive. 10% increases armor value from items by 10% and the amount of damage absorbed by your shield by 15%. That's massive. And this is super important for threat. Increases threat generated while in defensive stance by an additional 15%. So once I get it locked in and I'm blocking, it shouldn't matter too much because I'm generating threat just by them hitting my shield. And Shield Slam actually does a lot of damage. And then you get the one-handed spec, concussion blow. While wearing a shield, you retain 180% of the increased threat generation from defensive stance and other stances. That's important too. All of those are kept while going Fury Prot. Show me a build. Most of this crit chance is actually here. Fury Prot in Discord. Let me see. So, cruelty, unbridled wrath, 15% chance to generate an additional rage point when you deal any damage with a weapon. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Blood craze. I'm a fan of this one. Piercing hell makes sense. 5 and improve shouts. Enrage. That makes sense. Death Wish? I guess immune to fear effects. Flurry increases your attack speed by 10% for your next 3 swings after dealing a melee critical strike. Bloodthirst instantly performs a reckless attack, dealing 100 damage. Okay. And then what do you do in Prot? Same. Then you just lose all the shield stuff. And the one-handed specialization. So what do you do as a Fury Prot? Do you dual wield for this? Or are you still sword and board? If you go dual wield, you swap the 5 and improve shout to dual wield talent. 3 reasons for Death Wish: early threat push, late execute phase, threat damage boosted to avoid fears. I just don't see... I think the only issue that I have with this particular build is that I don't have a lot of crit. And I think I might have to swap some might pieces to make this work. But what I like about it is it uses overpower. And overpower does a lot of damage, but what's good about it, only usable after the target dodges, and because my hit is so low, they're going to dodge a lot, so overpower should always be up. And the overpower cannot be blocked, dodged, or parried. So I think that overpower should be my primary in the macro. So it would be overpower, shield slam, revenge. What would it be? Shield block? All right, hold on. I'm gonna stick with this build for now, and if it's not working out the next time, then I will consider looking at a Fury build. But tanks who know a lot more than I do suggested this build to me, and I want to try it. But then everyone knows a lot more than me, so. Everybody knows more than me about tanking. In macro, always start with slash start attack. Yeah, of course. Let me load up Zenrai so I can copy my basic macro from there. I'm just opening a second client, so you won't see this. The Cavern of Time. Where's my macro? So I'll grab this. This is my basic Sin Strike macro with Zenrai. And the reason that it's so good is that it immediately will grab a target if I don't have one. And it'll immediately start the attack if I don't have one going. So let me turn the sound off on my second client here. Okay. So now I've copied the macro. New. Auto rotation. Let's call it that. Let's give it a cool icon. Ooh. All right. So I have to put my attack on action 59, which I think is bar 6. Do I only have 4 bars? Hold on. That's on bar. Okay, so 5. Okay, exit there. Shift 5. Oh, I already have stuff here. 60. All right. Well, guess what? Let's grab my attack. Sucks to lose that particular one, but general attack. There. Okay. That's just a oddity of how this macro system works because I need to have action 59 there. I mean, I could switch it to a different action, but I'm using everything. So now it's the cast name. The cast name has to be the same as the actual name of the thing, so you can get that here. In this case, it's we want overpower first. So slash cast overpower slash cast I think it's going to be shield slam. Slam slash cast does it shield block? Shield block? Should we put the block in here or should I have it on separate? I think maybe it's better on us to have it separate. Is it better to have it separate? It costs nothing. No, it costs 10 rage. Let's keep it separate for now. And concussion blow, you're right. Slash cast concussion. Do you think which so unreadable? Sorry. Slash cast concussion blow. Shield Slam works as Shield Block? What do you mean? That they're separate abilities. What do you mean? Slams the target. It does not act as a block. They're totally separate. So I read the description. Shield Slam. Slams the target with your shield, causing 300... Huh? Which one? No. No, sorry. I wish I had written that. No. I wrote like the Whizbang Crank Toggle in Aberdeen and the a lot of the Baron's Quest, Sarika Darkthorn and Darsock Swift Dagger and some other minor ones. Excellent. You know that's not true. Why are you lying? Stop lying, Aslan. I was ready to kill on that hill. I was ready to kill everyone, and I still lost. So whatever. If only I'd been the raid leader for a fucking EverQuest guild that my boss happened to be in. That that would have given me all the qualifications I needed to make a smart design call. It's so dumb. It was the dumbest shit ever. And the just I was just gonna say the justification at the time was like, there's nobody in the game industry who understands game design for MMORPGs. So the best people for designing an MMORPG would be people who play them. Like, nope. That is not true. Yeah, it was sad. Yeah, 100%. And that's the thing. Like these particular people were completely full of their own biases and like stupidities, and they had no game design background at all. They were literally just players of a game, and fucking Kaplan coasted on that for so long. And I don't know how he got a reputation for like being the good guy at Blizzard. Like, he's not. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, let me put it this way. Rob Pardo took the fall for Titan, but he was heavily relying on Kaplan because Kaplan like said he had a vision for it and whatever, and his vision is all story stuff because that's his background. Like, he fancies himself a writer, and because he got a creative writing degree. That was like his other qualification. Anyways, but Pardo took the fall for Titan, and Kaplan came off as good guy, I guess. But the people who changed Overwatch to be good, avoided like his story-driven stuff, and B, I think it was largely like Scott Mercer and other people who are unsung heroes at Blizzard who nobody even knows to this day, who shifted the direction of Overwatch to what it became, the hero shooter, hero team-based shooter. What is it? Team-based hero shooter. Is that right? Oh, fair enough. Yeah, exactly. What were you were recommended something? Mm-hmm. Yeah, on a private WoW server. 100%. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe pitch it to them as like, you know, some of the original devs for World of Warcraft work on Turtle WoW. uh, I. Excellent. Oh, nice. FF14. Nice. It's not quite the same. This guarantees a block. It's an extra block. It's an extra block. So why wouldn't I use it? Anyways, you can use both. Why not? You block more stuff. They don't overwrite each other, as far as I understand it. So may as well use both. I'm just gonna put it in here in the rotation. Where would I put it though? That's the question. I think it goes last. Maybe it goes dead last though. God, one macro to rule them all. This might be a little weird. Shillide block? Shillid block? Oh boy. Alright, let's try this. Oh yeah. Hello. My chat is asking if you guys are okay with being on voice. Because I'm talking to myself again. So no. Okay. Don't do that. Let me see here. Okay.
Now, Dave, did you feel awkward earlier tonight when Faye did say you needed a solution to solve this problem?
What?
God damn it, Aslan.
What?
He actually did. Did you not?
Oh my
I
god.
whispered Dave at the time.
I think he just was talking about chemistry.
No, he was talking about the fucking what was it? The Salvation River. He's like, yeah, you need a solution, dude. You know, you got a way to solve this. Like, but it was like so close.
I was tempted to say, do I need a final solution?
God damn it.
You knew that was coming.
But yeah, I guess I'll finish the thought now that chat can hear us.
Sorry. Go ahead.
The I think one of the biggest mistakes that like the gaming community as a whole has made is we have made things too difficult. And I'm not saying that things shouldn't be difficult or challenging, like Elden Ring is a good example of an excellent game that is both challenging, has a good story, and is rage-inducing even. When I look at back to like the Mythic Plus era of, I don't know if they still do Mythic Plus, I heard.
On
From the
retail?
grapevine, it was, yeah, on retail.
They still do to this day.
I think that chasing like the where you need to have 500 mods installed and weak auras, and then they have to stand at a specific spot. I think that like we've made a mistake in trying to make things too difficult, and the reason why I state that is there are people that are definitely qualified to do all that stuff, right? But like 90% of player bases aren't able to achieve even like remotely that amount of skill, nor do they even have the time investment. People have lives and stuff.
Mhm.
And I think that it's a big issue where like you're sacrificing a lot of time. When at least in my older age of like hardcore raiding and stuff, I'm like, you know, the most fun I had was like the people I was playing with. And you know, you want challenge for your community and stuff, but I think that you lose a lot of the social aspects where people will just log in and queue up for a raid because they're doing LFR. You can AFK in it and stuff because they don't feel like they're qualified to be a community. I guess to my point, right, to kind of sum it up, is I think they should have focused more on like guild stuff rather than hardcore raiding stuff, like guild events and stuff like you could do with that, and they should have went in that direction.
Hmm. There's definitely a variety of ways they could have gone, but I
yeah,
think
definitely. I don't think there's one answer for it, right?
I think the main thing is just that they lost what made the original
Yeah, I think
release
they lost sight
so
of what made
compelling.
World of Warcraft what it is. you know?
Yeah, like like everyone thinks that you want all these quality of life features to get from place to place instantly, and some of that's okay, but 90% of what made the game so compelling back then was all the people you meet along the way and all the interactions you had with other players.
Exactly.
And they took all that away effectively.
And then they said that like, oh, that was the way that because people they just knew that what people wanted, so they were gonna do it anyway. It's just like, but people are like speaking out. Even at the time, I remember in Wrath of the Lich King, people were speaking out about that you're gonna lose something when you start implementing LFG and LFR, and then that was exactly what happened. You lost the social aspect entirely.
It disappeared, and it's here on Turtlewell, so we know what it is.
I think you'll agree, Dave. I mean, the cause of that, the flaw, realistically, is because it's it's shareholders going like, yeah, we know what you're saying, but we need the game to be available to a wider audience to increase revenue streams. And
Yeah,
I think that's
do
why
think
you've
that
seen
is,
like dumbing down of
problem.
games as a whole, right? Like historically,
right?
When games are sort of run by smaller companies, because the gaming scene debatably hasn't really blown up, into like what maybe the last like 50 years. Like D&D blows up in the 70s, and then you kind of see people go like, oh, well, there's a way to actually monetize this and really get the industry going. It's not sort of standard like board games at the time, right? When that happens, it's like, okay, well, like we hear your things about like this is the game and that's the way that the game's going to be, but like we want to see increased dividends. This needs to be available to a larger market so we can increase our revenue streams.
I definitely think that the corporatization of the games industry is probably the worst thing to ever happen to any hobby. Not even just the games industry, right? But like any hobby, if it ever gets super corporatized, it just is a problem. Because you lose the passion and stuff, and you get people that are hired into positions that just want to work a job and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I have a word for it. It's corporate necrosis.
That's a good word.
It's a very good word. Tim Campbell actually came up with it originally. This is back when I was in QA at Blizzard. He called it corporate necrosis. I'm not sure he had it as well defined as I now do, and he forgot that he invented it. Yeah, it's basically as the corporation grows and starts usurping other companies, all of the principles and values that made that company good begin to rot, and in favor of like a profit motive or whatever the shareholders want or whatever the board of directors want, and everyone who gives a shit eventually either gets ousted by the money grubbers the grabblers, or they just lose their passion for it because it's no longer their game.
Yeah, that you see that a lot of attrition going on right now in the games industry. I had talked about like technical debt with some guildies recently, and how like all the people that like maintain a lot of the technology that we use today, and the people who are experts in that field are leaving without teaching like the next generation on how to do that, because they're just attritioning out for whatever reason. Could be depression, exhaustion, stuff like that.
No, they're being laid off in droves.
Oh yeah, a lot of them are.
In fact, a
Yeah,
lot
yeah,
of
a lot of
what
them
these
are.
corporations are doing is as soon as someone gets past like the 5-year mark and they would like expect like a proper salary so that they can afford to have a family, they get laid off. And that's what we're seeing right now, is just wave after wave of massive layoffs.
And that's not right.
No, it's fucking wrong
not
as
right.
fuck. And you can see it, it's reflected in the games. Like, look at everything coming out of fucking BioWare now.
Avowed is a good example.
Just garbage. Avowed is Obsidian.
Have you seen the have you gotten like a chance to like sit down and look at Avowed?
I have not looked at it yet.
It's regressed like 20 years, dude. It's like a PS2 game. Not the graphics. The graphics are like, meh. But like there's polish that you would just expect because the technology has gotten so strong, right? Like, physics on things, NPCs walking around. They don't do that. You can't like move objects. You can't just go and kill a random chicken. You can't like pick up a plate in Avowed. It's crazy. All the NPCs just stand around the city. They don't have any path. The guards won't intervene to protect you or kill you if you do something stupid. It's crazy on like, and that game was like, I don't know the numbers, but it's like $100 million game, and it's probably more than that. I'm just spitballing here. And then you like look at the 6-year development time that it took for Obsidian to do that, and you realize like something's gone awry.
Well, okay. Let's be clear on who Obsidian is. Obsidian is not Bethesda. And
Of course.
in the past, with Obsidian, what Obsidian usually did was they would take the Bethesda's engine and they would build upon it. Avowed is their own engine, and they had to start from scratch, and that's why it looks like it's regressed 20 years, because they literally lost 20 years of tech.
Yeah,
And,
I'd imagine so, that there would be some degradation in quality. But it was even a downgrade from their previous game, the Outer Worlds. I don't know if that was under the Bethesda engine or not, but that was a much more.
I believe it was. So, like, I don't know. We should check. Is Avowed done in Unreal? It's not done in Unreal, is it?
I'm not sure at all.
These are important things to know, because this tells you a lot about what direction they're going to go in. Avowed engine. Unreal. It is in Unreal. So what they're doing now is they're having to learn the Unreal Engine, and there's a lot of tech knowledge that needs to be built up again, because they're starting from scratch. This company has done nothing but build on Bethesda's engines for like forever. Let me look at their last few games, because I'm pretty sure all
Was
of them were.
Pillars of Eternity? Pillars of Eternity, I don't think was on. That was on a.
I'm
not sure what that was on,
was a
actually.
Unity game, actually. So what's interesting is them switching to Unreal for Avowed, and I understand why they would do it. But what I am not understanding is who are the programmers behind this. Let me check. Outer Worlds 2. Was Outer Worlds? Okay. PlayStation 5. Unreal 4. So they switched to Unreal for Outer Worlds. Pillars of Eternity was Unity. So either they have two teams who are separately working on these things, or they decided to switch to Unreal for Outer Worlds, and everything since then has been nope. I think they have two teams. because there's a team working on something called Pentiment. No, didn't that come out? That did come
Not
out.
that I can recall.
Yeah, it came out in 2022. That's a Unity game. Avowed is Unreal. Outer Worlds 2 is Unreal. So they're completely switching over to Unreal. They must have two. It must be two different teams for Avowed and Outer Worlds 2. So yeah, it's just that they switched engines. Prior to that, I'm pretty sure everything they did was in the Bethesda engine. Stick of Truth? They don't list the engine. They might have done that themselves. They did Dungeon Siege.
They did
3.
the Stick of Truth.
They
Stick of
did
Truth
the
is
Stick-
awesome.
Obsidian did really cool. They did Fallout New Vegas. They did Neverwinter Nights 2. They did Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2. They've always been the company that Bethesda goes to is like, we don't want to do the sequel to this. We're working on something else. Do you want to do the sequel? And then they, yeah, of course. And then something happened where that relationship broke down. Maybe the success of Pillars of Eternity is what got them to break away. But they're a really
Well, that
good.
was part of it.
Yeah, but they're a smaller studio, but they're very good at what they do in terms of like they're old school people there. So I'm wondering if they're using the old school people and they're like struggling with Unreal. But Outer Worlds I thought was pretty good, but it was obviously very small, like comparatively
Yeah.
speaking. And Avowed
I
was
would
trying
agree.
to be like Skyrim sized epic. And I think that they just struggled with all of the many layers that go into something like that. We'll see. I'm sure they've learned a lot from that, but we should consider, first of all, Avowed is their first Unreal 5 game. Prior to that, it was Unreal 4. So they're learning all that new stuff, and clearly they started development like before Unreal 5 had released, even into beta. So that's where I think the struggle came in. But we'll see, because Outer Worlds 2 is also going to be in Unreal 5, and we'll see what lessons they apply. And then if there's an Avowed 2, then it'll probably not quite be Skyrim level, but it'll be much closer.
Yeah, hopefully I hope they get a second chance. I hope that wasn't like such a big blob that like it doomed them or something.
I doubt it. Let's look at their sales for Avowed. Microsoft Microsoft is reportedly happy with Avowed sales. Uh-oh. That means certain doom.
Oh yeah, Hi-Fi Rush had the same thing.
Yep. That is certain
They
doom.
were like, yeah, we want more games like Hi-Fi Rush, and then they closed the studio. It's like, Hi-Fi Rush was a good game. Like, what?
Yeah. So on the day it released, Avowed had just over 17,000 players. Compared to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which had over 170,000. Yeah, that's quite a difference. However, 17,000 players is quite a lot. Avowed has made at least 1 million pounds, British pounds.
The question is what their overhead is, right?
They have quite a bit of. Actually, they're a smaller studio. I think Obsidian is less than 60 people.
No, I think it's like 500. I could be dead wrong though. I'll give you that. I could be dead wrong.
I think you're thinking of Bethesda, but let me check, because I've applied to work there on a couple occasions, and they rejected me because I wouldn't work locally. So I imagine in this day and age, they're struggling to have developers. It says here they have 285 employees as of 2025. That would make sense given they have, I believe, 3 teams working on 3 different projects.
That's a lot of people.
That is a lot of people, but not as many as you might think, because each team is effectively like 80, and then there's the lawyers and the marketing and the other stuff that goes on top of that.
Yeah.
HR. So yeah,
To
so it's like
address
200 developers ish.
some of your chatters, there is a difference, big difference between difficulty and complexity, though. The infamous cloaker Zorarar says Yeah, you're definitely right. There definitely is a big
And-
difference between the two.
There is, yeah. And Obsidian is good at making games but not finishing them. I don't know about that. I think the problem Obsidian has had in the past is that they don't get the time to finish them. And time management has always been a big problem with them. And if you watch the videos from his name is evading me at the moment, but there's another like older designer from there who worked on Outer Worlds.
Campbell.
No.
Tim
Tim Kane. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
So Tim Kane talked about the scoping for Outer Worlds, and I think Outer Worlds is like the perfect scope for the team sizes that they have and all the stuff that they want to get into it. And for some people that was too short, but I think that's the scope that they need to aim for because they pretty much nailed it on Outer Worlds in my opinion. Avowed, I think,
Yeah, I think
overscoped.
that in my opinion about Outer Worlds, I liked 2/3 of the games, and then the ending kind of, in my opinion, fell flat. It's not terrible or anything. It's just like I wish it was a little bit more open-ended on how it could have ended and stuff.
Which ending
I don't
did
want to spoil
you get?
anything.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I mean, it's
my favorite
really old.
one where you fly into the star.
You flew into the star. Were you playing? Were you
Hell
playing
yeah,
with a stupid
low end.
character?
Yeah.
Oh.
I love the low int characters in video games when they do it right. Like you're a bumbling moron just kind of strolling through having a good And Fallout, I think it was Fallout 1. You couldn't beat the game because you couldn't give back the water purifier to the vault master. And the game just ends and it's just like, "Oh, okay, I guess I got to re-roll a character now." One of my favorite
I've always
characters-
liked
Oh, go
Obsidian's
ahead.
games though. Dungeon Siege
Oh, yeah,
3 was a
they-
pure disappointment. Yeah, sure was.
Yeah, Dungeon Siege 3 was terrible. My favorite is Dungeon Siege 1. I don't know, I'm old-fashioned. Dungeon Siege 2 was okay, and Dungeon Siege 3 was such a mess that I couldn't even finish the game, so I never finished it. Something with the ending being bugged or some shit, I can't remember.
Yeah, I remember we played Dungeon Siege 1 when we were in the ramp up for Warcraft 3, and one of us was basically the tank, the warrior, and the other two players never got any XP. So
Yeah.
the warrior was like level 14 or 15, and we were like 5 and 7 or something, and I was like, this game's weird. They
You
don't
had
know what
to
they're
get the
doing.
last hits right to get the XP in Dungeon Siege,
No,
if I remember
it
right.
was based on like it was like skill. It was skill use based. So the warrior's up there in the front, smack, 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 and you're in the back casting a spell. Well, guess what? They can hit a lot more times than you can cast your spell.
Oh yeah.
It was just
Oh
dumb.
man, things are so much better these days, and like EXP share and split evenly. We've gotten over the arcade mentality of inserting in the quarters to die a bunch of.
Oh, Patreon has emailed me. We're writing to let you know that your Patreon has been updated to use Apple's in-app purchase system. That means that all purchases of memberships and shop items through the Patreon iOS app will now include Apple's 30% App Store fee. Oh, guys, if you want to pay more to be a patron, go through the iOS.
Don't use
store.
Apple Pay.
No, do use it if you want to pay more.
Twitch does the same thing, where it's like if you use the apps on your phone, you pay more. Because they have that 30% upcharge, and it's just like, yeah, if you want to sub to me, just sub on the website, right?
Yeah,
Save yourself the extra money.
just use Patreon, please.
Yeah.
Cameron v. Apple Inc. settlement administrator has sent you $80. Wow, thanks. As
Hell
a game
yeah.
dev, you're involved in like class actions you don't even know about sometimes.
I'm involved in 5 class actions at the current moment, but man, I'm gonna be old and gray time those things finish. One,
boy.
I'll tell you one. One is against Roundup.
Oh, yeah. That's a dangerous one.
Yeah, and I'll probably not see a penny from that.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'd love to see them drained of everything, so they can never make another pesticide again.
Yeah, terrible. A lot of my, not to steer this stream in a terrible topic, but a lot of my family members have died of cancer from like stuff of that. So
They should not
hopefully,
got cancer, dude.
Just
I
have
know,
better
right?
genes.
Exactly. Don't be born poor.
Don't be poor.
Fucking poor is ruining everything and blaming other people.
I have been lucky enough to be blessed in the right times and then suffer enough at the right times. When I was a kid, I was lucky enough to have like all the consoles. We weren't rich or anything, but we had money. You know, you could actually afford things. And my parents were generous enough to give me like an Xbox, a GameCube, and a PS2, and I was just like, oh yeah.
Mhm.
So I would be playing WoW, and then Phantasy Star, and then in Halo 2 or something. It was a good time. Really blessed childhood. And you got to invite all the homies over when you get a new video game, and then have everyone chill out on the couch and stuff. Fantastic.
I have to take off, but maybe I'll be back. We'll see. I just got to do some math stuff.
Math?
Yeah, catch you later, Adam.
Just for fun.
Yeah. I have to go
Later.
No, I have to. I just have to do some accounting. So, you know, I would normally just do it because it's all number related and everything. I don't want to. Like, I would stick around and chat, but I don't want it to fuck up my accounting, right? So.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
But I'll swing back in a bit.
Okay.
Maybe we'll see. Bye.
Bye.
City Man says, why are there no single-player squad-based hack and slash RPGs? The weirdest thing I've ever was I saw Microsoft use the red hair lady from Dungeon Siege cover art in Minecraft all over the place.
Because they own all these IPs. So you got to remember that Microsoft is this company that just has a shit ton of IPs in their backlog. And every once in a while, a marketing person goes through that backlog of bullshit and is like, hey, this looks cool. I'll just use that. They don't give a fuck about any of these IPs. They don't even know what these IPs are anymore. The people coming into the marketing department for Microsoft, I can almost guarantee none of them have played maybe any game in their life except for like Candy Crush. So, which they also own the IP of, by the way. So, yeah, they don't know what they're doing, and it's sad to see it, but you're going to see a lot more of that. Expect to see fucking Commander Shepard on a box of Wheaties in the future, or maybe on the next Microsoft Office. Who knows?
Oh my god. I know, right? It was cool when, like, they did it back in the 90s. Like, you'd have Nintendo cereal, and it'd be like, okay cereal. But nowadays, it's just like, do y'all even give a shit? Like,
well, remember the Halo Cortana? That was the Microsoft AI for a long time. The thing you could talk to.
Fans.
Yeah.
that was
And
actually,
there.
you know, I'll give them credit. That was actually a cool idea if they had continued with that, to use Cortana as like the voice of their AI. They could just be like, Cortana, where is the nearest Starbucks or something, or whatever, Walmart?
But
Or,
you know why they dropped it, right?
I actually have no idea.
Because they fucked up the Halo franchise and it's no longer popular.
Oh, you had to remind me. Now I gotta go on a 6-hour tangent, Dave.
But that's why they fucked their own success, because they couldn't keep Bungie happy.
Oh, bro, why did they? The Halo, one of the greatest franchises to grace the gaming community of just pure awesomeness. Why, Microsoft, did you just not
They ate
hire
it up
the right people?
and they shat it out. That's the irony, is like, whenever Microsoft gets its hands on a company, the first thing they do is they install their own yes men into it, and then those people inject the corporate culture of Microsoft into it and do all their backbiting bullshit to gain power. And like the corporate necrosis sets in, because everything that Bungie stood for before goes out the window. Nobody cares anymore.
I'm gonna add that to my lexicon, Dave. You've
Corporate
you've
necrosis.
convinced me.
Please do. Everyone should use that. Corporate necrosis is a very good word for describing what's happening to the game industry.
I think the only possible way they could ever bring back the Halo franchise is to like fire everyone at Halo Studios, whatever they call themselves now, because they keep changing
343
names.
Industries now.
Oh,
No,
God.
they changed it again to Halo Studios or something from
Yeah, they
343.
did. I think they did a splinter company or whatever, but it's all Microsoft, so
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's all Microsoft. The retcon everything after 4 and then just start back at 3 and be like, yeah, just forget all about that. That's the only way I think they got a chance, because they have just ran this. They had such cool characters from Halo Wars that they could have used. Like Atriox is a well-written character. He's a
Mhm.
brute. Kind of look like gorillas, to be honest with you. The these giant gorilla men that are enslaved and by their zealotry to the Covenant, right? Atriox is like, you know what? What if I don't? And then he's such a badass that he's fighting the Covenant as well as like everything else, and he's winning. And it's like you take this character and you just, yeah, we're gonna put him in the next game where he like almost kills the Master Chief, and just forget about him. That's it. It's like,
That's what they
what?
did. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's like, and then they were like, okay, so get rid of the flood. Okay, bring back the Covenant. Okay.
Wait, the flood. That's like their number one enemy that everyone remembers.
Yeah. It's crazy, right? So they're like, all right, get rid of the flood. Okay, get rid of the new guys we made. Those are all out of the window. Now we're gonna bring in the new guys, and they're 10 times worse than the flood. It's like, what are you talking about? And they're basically just like rampant AI is kind of what they look like. And I don't know, they have this weird relationship with Cortana. It's like, yeah, she went rampant and stuff, and it's weird. And I don't know if they're trying to make a love interest for the chief or something. It's weird. Just completely through the Halo Infinite storyline. And the gameplay of I went back recently and I played on an emulator the original Xbox version of Halo Combat Evolved, and then I went and played Halo Infinite. And me and Ashira, I don't think Hammy was there, but me and Ash were playing Halo Infinite. I was like, something just feels wrong about the movement in this game. And then that's when I went back and played the emulated version of Combat Evolved on the original Xbox. And I was like, oh yeah, there's definitely something wrong. It just feels floaty. Everything's lightweight. There's no oomph. The guns feel terrible. There's microtransactions out the wazoo for some reason. And people are sitting here, and I go and watch the videos on YouTube that are like, yeah, Halo is doing pretty good. And I'm like, no, it's not. And I go and look at the concurrent players of Halo, and it's like, there are less people playing Halo Infinite than the Master Chief Collection. And I'm like, what have you done? Incompetence.
Okay, so I looked up the Halo Studios company. It's actually a rebrand.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So,
totally.
I don't
It's
know
all the same people.
So I don't know what is going on over there. It's like, can't they just stick to one name?
No.
They keep rebranding because like they're just like, oh, it's different people, but it's like you guys are all helming the same problems. It's like if you have the same people that made Infinite and then make the whatever the new one's gonna be, and they're like, it's a return to form. You hear this all the time.
But they don't. No,
In the media.
They never hire the same people. It's always like new people from marketing and producers who are like, oh, I remember that game. I could probably make it good. I have ideas.
They should, in my heart of hearts, they should just axe Halo Studios, be like, hey, I know who can do this. id Software. You guys make good games. You're on the next Halo. Complete the next Doom, and then immediately start working on Halo. Because, man, Doom 2016, just all the Dooms in general, are all legendary. They're all high-quality products. You'll have a good time playing through them, and the new Dark Age one looks even better than the last. And it's like, holy crap, how do they just keep winning? It's like, well, the simple answer is they keep giving the players what they want. Like, people want to play the Master Chief, not like some depressed version of the chief who doesn't really aspire to anything in the game, and the story's not even really about him. It's about the other people in the story. It's like, huh? It's never what the game was really about. It was about, being larger than life, saving mankind at any cost, and doing badass things while you're doing it. Oh, such a travesty. But I digress. That's been my Halo rant. I was a huge Halo fan.
And now you hate it. Good job, Microsoft.
Yep, now I'm a jaded old man. I'm sitting here. Dude, Star Wars is the same way, too. Like, did you hear? I don't know if this is actually happening. Kathleen Kennedy's finally, like, getting the boot, apparently.
Oh, they finally getting rid of her? Like, she didn't ruin Star Wars enough yet to, like, to be certain? Like,
dude, it's like, I bring this up a lot when I'm talking with my community, right? Like, I'm like, if you make something lame, it doesn't matter if you bring it back because it's perceived like as lame. There's what's the word? Zeitgeist. Like the zeitgeist of it being lame. It's like, if people are not like, hell yeah, Halo, and they're like, nah, I don't know, it's kind of lame. They're apathetic towards it, right? And it's hard to get out of that again. And I just don't think Star Wars will ever truly recover.
It's over, yeah. I think that's the problem.
I think that, again, with the Halo, they should just go back and be like, look, everything except the Mandalorian is retconned.
There you go. That would be perfect. Mandalorian was so good, though. That was so good.
Yeah, the third season kind of wasn't as good as the first two, but yeah, it was still good.
Do you know why?
Didn't
Kathleen
they
Kennedy.
hire Jon Favreau? Oh, no. Okay.
Jon Favreau was the person who like came up with the whole concept. Like he was season 1 and 2, 100%. He in a deleted Twitter, he was like, basically, let me paraphrase as much as I can. But basically, that bitch just wanted fucking baby Yoda. And so they forced it back in, even though that part of the story was supposed to be done. And that's why season 3 was such a pain.
It's like, you could bring Baby Yoda back, but like, he shouldn't be the main character. The main character should be Mandalorian. Like with the Book of Boba Fett, right? When you're sitting there, you're watching the Book of Boba Fett, and they're off doing this other thing with the other characters. You're like, what the hell? And then they get back to Boba Fett, and he's like,
sitting
pardon
there,
the term, but a beta bitch. And he's, he's not being Boba Fett the badass. That's what people wanted to see.
Yep.
Just, he goes in, someone talks shit to him, he blasts him right in the mouth, Like, Rogue One, the last 2 minutes of that movie, where Darth Vader,
good.
You hear the alarm going off, it's dark, and then you just hear the whee of the lightsaber, and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
That should have been every episode of Boba Fett. And then when he got the Rancor, he should have ate people.
Yes. They can really ruin anything there. I don't know.
And I'm not even like saying you couldn't make him a good guy. You could make him a badass and a good guy. Like, he does well. He's trying to bring order to Tatooine, but he's got to be a rough guy to do it. A lot of these people are lawless. They're evil. They don't care about anybody. But sometimes good people have to do bad things. And then he could have reminisced about his father and stuff and had a message with that. Just spitballing ideas here. And he still resents the Jedi, and then maybe he had a scene with Luke or something, and then Luke had a good talk with him. He could have done all that, and they're just like, nope. You get these weird gang people on multicolored bicycles that are neon or fluorescent painted, and they're really lame.
They're punks. It's cool. Counterculture.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello, fellow kids.
Exactly. It's so cringe.
It was so cringe.
Dude, I hope I pray that we get back to that point of like you start seeing more badass characters in all aspects of media because I'm so tired of like it's hard to describe, right? The emotional feeling where they're like they'll spout exposition for like 6 episodes and then finally something happens and then they're all
Mhm.
touchy feely and it's like that's okay. You can do that a little bit. Like they can have a reflective moment and stuff and then give the message that whatever they're trying to portray.
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, it has to be entertaining. They have to be heroes. They have to struggle and fight tough shit and do cool things while doing it.
Exactly.
You need something?
But nah.
Yeah, nah. Now we're gonna completely ruin Luke Skywalker's character and have him drink out of a teat of a weird animal on a planet that nobody knows the fuck anything about.
Pink milk. Yum yum yum. Then he's gonna chuck his
And then
lightsaber.
we're gonna have the Wookiee eat the little bird things to make a joke out of that. It's like, oh, okay, well.
The mistake I think that of all the mistakes in the Star Wars franchise that happened in the 7, 8, and 9, the number one mistake was switching directors in the middle. I think
Oh yeah.
because even I think it would have been better if it had just been Abrams the whole time, but for whatever reason, I guess because the first one didn't go absolutely gangbusters as much as they expected. Kennedy decided to switch it up, or maybe she had a thing for Ryan Johnson. Maybe she was sleeping with him. I don't know.
I wouldn't doubt it, homie. Fuck. It's
don't
always
know.
some shit like that. Nepotism in some sort of way.
In Hollywood, yeah, it's weird. Hollywood's weird. The issue about the Mandalorian I had was, why did we have to put the Force into it? Star Wars is so much more than Jedis and Sith. Yeah, and that's the thing. Andor was their by far best series, and it had nothing to do with the Force. Like very little mention of the Force or the Jedi. It's just something in the background while people are going through class struggle, fighting a fascist empire.
Yeah.
Just like Americans are right now. And have been for the last 50 years.
Ain't that the truth?
It is. People won't admit it though. They want to go like, "Oh, our side is better." No. Two sides, same coin. It's hard to explain it without being accused of being on the other side, and it's like, I'm not. I ain't on either side. Both sides are bad. You gotta understand that. Until everyone understands
especially
that.
when talking about things, at least in my belief, right? Like you can try to work, like you have two different mentalities where one is in the paradigm of like what's currently going on and how you think things should be. And it's hard to sometimes when you're talking, sometimes the two gets mixed up and so on and so forth. And it just gets very weird.
It does.
That's why I'm like, yeah, I just try not to talk about that kind of shit because it's bad time for everybody, especially if you have Reddit users in your community.
I know, but the thing that I always try to get across is like, even if your side, quote unquote, wins, what changes? And the answer has always been nothing, because what did Biden do differently? He deported more people than Trump did, and now Trump is like trying his best to deport more than him because he wants the record. But no one said anything at the time. At least when Trump does bad things, the whole media is like, "Oh, bad, bad, bad." Except when he does war shit. When he does war shit, oh, he made a smart decision. It's like, what the fuck? How is?
Yeah.
It's so obvious, and people still don't get it.
There's that one quote. This is apocryphal now, but it's like, "Oh, now you're finally acting presidential." I think when he hit Syria with something.
Yes,
It's
that
like,
was
what
it.
the fuck?
When he killed that general in Iran too, they're like, "Oh, what a genius move!" Like, come on.
Yeah.
Doomed.
The issue with 7, 8, and 9 is that there was a 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I agree. I think
I think there could have been a good 7, 8, and 9. It just it needed to focus more on Vader's legacy, and it should have been more about him coming back to train. Like, the whole thing is supposed to be about Darth Vader, and Darth Vader isn't in it, and so they made a proxy for him, and then they made him a petulant child throwing
Yes.
tantrums. And it's
I think that. Oh, go ahead.
no, I'm done. That's it.
What I was going to say is I think that the books had so much source material that they could have just been like, yeah, we're just going to take that wholesale and put that to film. Like, in my opinion, I would love to have seen a Luke after the fact and what he had to deal. Maybe even a new, not Mark Hamill, but like someone who's like really good fit to be like the new young Luke, and him coming to maturity and dealing with all the problems that he would have to deal with after the collapse of the Empire and all the rebellions and forming the new Jedi Order, and then having to deal with, you know, a big bad at the end of it. I would have
Yeah.
loved to have seen that.
The Legends material for Star Wars, I think, was silly not to draw everything from that, because it was
and they could have even
so well
set up
done.
like a 10, 11, and 12 with a Yuzong Vong invasion. Like, it could have been a thing.
Mm-hmm. But Kathleen Kennedy
just-
doesn't know anything about that. She doesn't read any of that shit, and she doesn't care about any of that shit. And that's why she was the wrong person for Lucas to hand the reins over to. But it seemed like after, I think people browbeat him after 1, 2, and 3. Like, he was second guessing himself so much that I think the fun was gone for him.
I think that, like, no, I'm not saying there's nothing to criticize about those, but when I went back and watched them kind of recently, I did enjoy them. They weren't like, you know, as good as the originals, right? Like 3, 4, and 5. The
4, 5, and 6.
no, I said
But
that
yeah.
wrong. 4, 5, and 6. Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like,
I
think Lucas just needs Lucas needs an editor, someone who can come in and say no, and he's surrounded by yes men at this stage, so there's no one to say no, and that's trouble. As soon as people feel like they can't say, hey, you know, something's wrong here, and you're leading like you're the visionary for a franchise, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's how you start getting McClunky.
What?
If anyone knows that Star Wars reference, 10 points.
I don't know.
You get 5 Azul bucks. I don't know what you're gonna spend them on, but you get 5 Azul bucks.
What is McClunky?
So for anyone that doesn't know, there's the scene where Han Solo shoots first, right? He kills Greedo.
Oh,
and
yes.
They made it to where he goes McClunky, and then Greedo shoots first, and then Han blasts him after he misses, and it's
Which
like,
is so dumb.
George, why did you're what?
Just why didn't he leave it alone? Like, it's like when you start meddling with your own shit, and you have an idea in your head of what things are supposed to be or were supposed to be, that's where the problems start up, because it's like it didn't end up that way, and it's okay, and some creatives can't let that go.
Also, it's like I think that George Lucas was trying to be like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have Han Solo be such a violent person because this is for kids, but I think it's a good lesson to learn that some people can't be negotiated with. They're just gonna kill you no matter what, especially if they're already in the villainy of the underworld. Like, Han Solo is kind of made to be like the anti-hero. He's a badass, a smuggler, and he's gonna be in trouble a lot. But he's not a terrible dude, but he does bad things sometimes. But Greedo is a villain. Like, he just is going to kill Han Solo because he owes him something. I don't remember exactly what, but it's like,
right.
It's a good lesson to show kids that sometimes good people have to do bad things.
Yep. There is evil out in the world, and you have to be aware of when you're dealing with it. And
I think that's what kind of like defines heroes, right? Like, the hero is sometimes made to do bad things for the right cause, but how far you push it is, where you end up on the spectrum, so to say.
Yeah. True, Lucas is an amazing world builder, but bad at dialogue. Bad dialogue writer, and doesn't really know characters and personalities. Yeah, episode 5 was directed by someone else, as was 6, and it was better for it. And 4, there's a YouTube video I watched called Star Wars Saved in the Edit, which I highly recommend, and it talks about how the first cut of Star Wars, Lucas's cut, was just long, plodding, dragging, boring garbage, and it was, I think, his girlfriend at the time, or his wife, who was the editor, and like she cut that like a pro.
Yeah, I think it was his wife at the time. I think they eventually got divorced amicably or something, but yeah,
Unfortunate for
she was
Star
the
Wars.
steered him in the right direction on a lot of that stuff. She did an excellent job.
Need more of that editing.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think you know, you see a lot of people as you were mentioning earlier, where they'll develop something and it's just like a banger idea, as the kids put it these days. And you'll have someone that comes in and tightens up, like, yes, this is something that this is what we should hone in on, this is what we should focus on, and just make the mythos, but I'll steer you in the right direction. It's always good to have, like, dissenting opinions in your midst, because you never know when your idea is really fucking stupid. Like, for instance, focusing on Ewoks. Kind of stupid, but they're funny and cleverly used in moderation. I wouldn't want to watch a whole Ewok arc, but
So
making that clip notes is pretty good.
Oh yeah. So in I think, when did Star Wars release? Was it 1975?
Well before I was born, that sounds right to me. My mother watched it in theaters twice.
Yeah, there you go. So back then, I don't think that they had ratings like we did today. It wasn't until the 1980s that PG-13 came out. I think prior to that, it was G, general audience, GP with parental guidance suggested, R, and then X. Oh wait, so 1972 to 1984, G, PG, R, and X. Yeah, that's it. So they didn't have PG-13 yet. That wasn't until the 1980s. So when Star Wars first came out, it was, I think it was general, or was it PG?
I thought the MPAA system came out in like the late 50s, early 60s.
It did, but they didn't have all the ratings that they do now. So like there wasn't a PG-13 when Star Wars released.
Yeah, they didn't find all the like have the full guidelines fleshed out yet.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Also, first, episode 4 came out in 77.
77.
I just pulled up a
So, okay. Still before the PG-13 rating was invented. Let me see what it was rated though. Star Wars. Hard to find that information actually. And MPA also is in the middle of company and impact. Damn it. All right, I'm not finding an MPA rating.
I think based on the poster that's uploaded onto Wikipedia, it's extremely small, but I can make out the
G or PG?
PG.
PG, parental guidance suggested.
PG.
Yeah. There you go. It was PG. Which is just a suggestion, so it didn't really mean anything.
Yeah.
they weren't stopping kids from going in. That's what I'm saying. The arm cutoff scene was way worse than Solo shooting first. True. Didn't he change that too, though? Didn't he make it like less bloody?
I think so. But I guess that kind of makes sense with the wouldn't be bloody if
Lightsaber.
your arms getting lightsabered off.
Yeah. Should be cooked.
Completely cauterized. God, lightsabers would be so cool if they existed.
They kind of do.
I have seen plasma cutters that are basically lightsabers. But yeah, City Man, I completely agree that Star Wars is much more than just Jedi and Sith. Knowing when to use them is entirely probably a skill of its own. Because referring back to Rogue One, I mentioned earlier, the that last scene where Darth Vader just is like,
I'm
and then
killing you
pulls
all.
out the lightsaber. Yeah, he's like, oh,
Yeah.
it's the best scene. They knew exactly when to pull it out.
Yeah, they did.
And that
Yep.
was like a last moment thing that they, if I remember right from a interview they did, they were like, yeah, we decided to throw that in as a last minute thing. I was like, that was the
And
best 2 minutes of the whole movie.
it made the movie. Yeah, it certainly did.
Not that Rogue One's a bad Star Wars film, but it's so like Darth Vader's such a cool character.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of the better movies, I would say.
Yeah. So like, yep, that was my admission fee right there for that 2 minutes. And even to further that point, there was an old MMO City Man called Star Wars Galaxies,
Oh boy.
where there, when it first came out, there was no Jedi. It was
True.
pretty cool.
I played it for
There
like
also
almost a
wasn't any
year.
mounts.
Yeah,
Oh,
no mounts.
dude.
I was a dancer.
Oh my God. You hung out in the cantinas and were like, yes, I need all the tips, please.
Yeah, that and also occasionally people would be like, we need you to come with us and dance at our campfire. I'm like, okay.
It's a really cool, interesting way to buff characters that way. I think they nailed it with that. There's something about it that's like, hey, go be social for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was pretty interesting. Raph Koster, actually, never mind. He gets all the credit in the world. he wrote that book, A Theory of Fun, and everyone and their mom has read that and thinks they know game design now.
Right next to me, Dave, I'm looking at my Star Wars Galaxies Collector's Edition, The Empire Divided.
Oh dear.
I
I'm
have,
sure there's a
the
private
original
server for
box.
that.
Oh yeah, there's a couple that are worth mentioning. Star Wars Galaxies Legends, which is the like last version. It was a leaked code kind of thing that everyone kind of just agrees to look the other way on. And then there's the Basilisk server, which is SWG EMU, which is the original way when it was on release. One's closer to WoW, one's like the original combat system, which I'm not sure how to describe to people because it's kind of like free form. You pick skills and do skills, but you can make it like your own class, and there's a limit and stuff, so you get unique builds.
Nice.
Oh yeah, the N64 pod racing game is fantastic. If you are into emulation, if you ever want to revisit that game, definitely try out the Dreamcast version. It has full motion video on a lot of the stuff, a lot of improvements on the graphics, and so on and so forth. Came out slightly after.
You haven't played the Star Wars RPGs, but there's so many. KOTOR. Everyone has to play KOTOR. That's like a requirement.
Yeah, even the base games of SWOTOR are worth a playthrough. The free MMO that you can play. I'd highly recommend the Imperial Agent if you ever decide to play those.
Ah.
It's one of the best Star Wars stories ever written.
Whoa.
And it doesn't get enough credit. Yeah, it's that good.
It's a bold
By
statement.
the end of it, you do really feel like a badass.
Nice.
The honorable mentions are the Sith Warrior and Jedi Knight.
Jedi
Unfortunately,
Knight.
I think a lot of the Alliance on that, because it's the Sith Empire and the Alliance. A lot of the Sith stories, I think, are better than the Alliance ones, just because, like, you get that cool anti-hero vibe. The Smuggler one's okay, but the Trooper one kind of falls apart halfway through it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've also, like, overhauled that game quite a bit, but, I would say to no avail.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a shame to watch such a game that had such high potential just basically fall apart at the seams. For one of the obvious reasons is they used a very old game engine. Even at the time, it was old,
Oh, yeah.
and that was not the way to do it. It's on modern hardware, it struggles to run. If you have like a 25-man raid or PvP, and where it's I think it's 25 versus 25. The PvP is really fun. One of the funner things to do in that, though, if you're ever playing that.
Never gonna happen. You're a fan of the Gothic franchise? Now, I haven't played the Gothic games, but
I recommend that, Dave.
yeah. But how would you compare it to KOTOR? Knights of the Old Republic.
It's hard to say because they're definitely different types of stories.
Yeah.
Gothic, I will say, just it's like an 8 out of 10. It's solid. Like it's definitely worth to see the cool tech and stuff. KOTOR 1, I'd probably give a 9. If I was just off the top of my head, I haven't played it in years, but I'd give it a 9 for enjoyability. And then KOTOR 2, I'd give a 7.
Yeah, I would agree. Though I did try to play KOTOR 1 on my mobile phone because you can get it on the app stores now. And I think it's like $7. It's not the same experience.
Oh yeah, I mentioned not.
It was kind of painful actually. So I'm not sure I would recommend that. But there it is. It's available.
The new games that got released recently that were I came out of nowhere for me. I hadn't even heard about it, but the Legacy of Kain stuff got
Ooh.
re-released.
Yeah, that's
and I
right.
highly recommend that one.
Legacy of Kain.
Once you piece all the stories together, it's like 10 out of 10 experience. You're like, oh my god.
Why is this so good?
Yeah. And that game came out in the PS1, PS2 generation, kind of an in-betweener there.
Gothic 2 plus add-on 11 out of 10. Can't do that. You're cheating. Gothic 3 6 out of 10. Gothic 4 2 out of 10. Well, that bodes ill. So you're saying I should only play Gothic 2 and only if I have the add-on.
I would definitely say Gothic 1 is worth at least a playthrough. It's not terribly long. But the tech from what they used at the time, like the NPCs have schedules and all, like the world, you kill somebody, they stay dead. It's very unique.
That does sound interesting to me, yeah.
Cool to go back and, watch this old tech be utilized in interesting ways.
Maybe I will give it a go then.
Have you played Elden Ring, Dave? Probably,
Do you mean which? I mean, oh yes, I played it.
Yeah. Don't worry about that. That game's all about sucking up until the point to where you figure it out and you're like, okay, well, I'm a badass now. And highly recommend a controller.
No, I used a controller, and I don't like using controllers for RPGs for some reason.
The reason why I suggest using a controller is it was built for a controller, so the PC controllers are it's gonna make everything 10 times more difficult. It's terrible.
Yeah.
All FromSoft games are kind of like that.
Makes sense, yeah.
But if you're ever hankering for a playthrough, Dave, I do know a fellow named Slayer of Astora, who is a god at Souls-likes. fucking jumbling through the mental spinny wheel thing that I can't think of the name of. My brain is mush.
No worries.
My Rolodex. We're pretty good at Souls Legs game in my community, and it's fun to see people struggle through the games. And we were playing through Elden Ring with my good friend Matt, and he was like, "Damn, this is really easy." And it was back to that EVE Online thing where I'm like, just because we're making it look easy doesn't mean it's easy.
Mm-hmm.
And so we let him solo a boss, and he's like, "I got my ass kicked."
Oops.
It was like he went and played solo for a little bit, and he's like, "Oh my god, the difference."
It's
But
serious.
Bloodborne's definitely the star of the show, in my opinion, of the Souls. Like, if you ever get the chance, which emulators are coming a long way, if you ever want to go back and play that one soon. You don't have to buy a PS4 and get a disc.
Oh, if only. I don't know. I have a Switch, and I don't even touch it.
Yeah, I do think old hardware and stuff should be preserved. I think the way that I look at games is art, and I think that future generations should be able to have the experiences and take from the knowledge and the experiences of said art. And I'm very pro games preservation.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that like it's always good to play on original hardware if you ever have the opportunity, but the vast majority of people are just not going to have that ability moving, 10 years from now. How many PS4s are going to still be around? Especially when product obsolescence exists.
True.
Sekiro. Sekiro is unique in the soul. It's very fast paced. Once you figure out the combat system, if you've never played it, I won't spoil anything for you, but the story is very good. It's definitely in the top 3 of the Souls. I would say if you're gonna play only 3, Elden Ring, Dark Souls 1, then Bloodborne, and then right after it would be Sekiro. Because it's so unique. It's got a nice Japanese motif, and you're like a samurai kind of doing, or Ronin, I guess, doing things and going through the story and stuff. It has some unique mechanics with it. The more you die, weird things happen. But it's much more fast-paced than even Bloodborne. Definitely worth a playthrough if you get the chance, Cityman. If you're looking for a place to start on PC, I would recommend Elden Ring and then Sekiro. So, that's any indication. It's like a 9 out of 10 experience. There's very little wrong with it. It's enjoyable all the way through. You'll definitely get your money's worth. Armored Core 6 is a fantastic game if you are good at mecha games. If you've played the older Armored Core games, it's not quite like those. It's a little bit more fast-paced, but Armored Core 6 is also very solid. I don't really consider that a Souls-like game, though. Lots of cool customization options. If you haven't beat it yet, City Man, if you beat the game multiple times, you unlock stuff and the story changes. So definitely, you need to beat it more than once. I think you could beat it up to like 20 times and things change. It's crazy. And I'll give you a pro tip. When you get the heavy tank treads, probably switch to
Ooh.
those.
Heavy tank treads.
Yeah, you can customize your mecha in Armored Core 6. And a lot of people will go like the quadruped, where it's like 4 legs, thinking that the mobility will save them, but oftentimes it's better to just take the hit and then deal it out. It's very, very fast combat in that, and every hit counts, so having a little bit more HP can go a long way in that game. Lighter mechs are playing on hard mode, basically. Medium mechs are kind of like where they kind of want you to be, and then heavy mechs are either really good or terrible, depending on the situation, and you got to adapt based on what you think is appropriate for the scenario and what your ability is. I should write this down for you, City Man. It's a lot of stuff. But yes, FromSoft is one of the very few game companies that, like, pretty much every game they've ever made, even Kingsfield, I could recommend to people, like, if that's your style of game. But the further you go back, you know, the more archaic they get and esoteric, especially like Kingsfield. Demon Souls was first. It's like the progenitor to the Souls series. It's a good game, but it's very hard to acquire these days because you got to buy a PS3 and then you got to have the disc and a working controller. They did re-release it for PS5. If you have a PS5, I do recommend it on that console. The remake's pretty solid from what I've heard. I haven't played the remake personally, but you can also emulate it. That is something you're willing to do. Obviously, I can't go into the details on YouTube, but yeah, it exists.
YouTube doesn't care.
Well, Nintendo sometimes does.
Oh, true. What do you think? Think they come after me?
No, not for FromSoft shit, but yeah, I don't want to even dare say some
Don't
things
tempt
that may
him.
get your YouTube channel. Yeah. I just don't want that to be like a problem for you.
Oh, I'm not worried. We were talking about final solutions earlier. To the DPS problem.
See, Cityman says, what about the remake? It's not on Steam yet. Demon Souls, I mean. Yeah. The remake's only on PS5, and I heard it was very good. They did change some things, but it's not. It's pretty much the same game, just with a little bit of tweaks here and there. The original version of not Demon Souls, Dark Souls is the best version, but you can't acquire it anymore. It was the Prepare to Die edition. And when that was released and they never fixed it, for whatever reason, you had to have a mod to fix the problem in the game so the game would run properly. So it's hard for me to recommend that one unless you can play it on original hardware. Or maybe emulate it. So the re-release is good enough. It's not as good as the original version, but it's good enough.
I see.
They rebalanced a lot of the stuff in the remake, but it's almost 1-to-1. I would suggest, if you're not into PvP and getting griefed, just play offline. A lot of hackers in the Dark Souls franchise.
Oh, really?
Yeah, dude, we were playing through 3. We beat the base game and 2 of the DLC for it. And the third DLC, I think there's 4 total, I can't remember off the top of my head, but the third one we went into, I think it was called the Ring City or something like that, and it was just hacker after hacker after hacker, and we were getting invaded like we'd kill one guy, then we'd get invaded by a hacker and just die, get cursed. Like they have a, if you're near them, you just get cursed, and curses in that game will permanently, unless you have a very specific item that is rare, will permanently degrade your health, and it's bad. I don't know if that still goes on,
bad.
but
yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. But
yeah. Luckily, Elden Ring has they're still hackers, but they can't like grief you in that way where it's permanent. which is very nice. And they have the co-op mod that you can use if you want to play with your friends. Super easy to install, won't do anything weird, and that's on Nexus Mods, and you can just play with your friends if you want to privately. I think it was called Local Co-op was the name of it. I can't remember at the moment.
Aw. Leviosa.
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 You're the chosen one, Harry.
Nobody knows what we're talking about. I'm a dangerous man. My troll hands are deep in furball entrails. Never turn your back on him. He's a rogue. What the heck? There will be justice, and the bear hag will bring proper punishment. How dare you? There is no bear hag. Insolent creatures.
I know, right?
I'm above the law.
So what you been up? What you been up to recently, Dave? Working on anything new?
Engines of Fury Cliffside event just launched. So yesterday I was like up till almost 1 in the morning, playing the game with the people who were desperate to get up on the leaderboard and get some of the prizes.
I don't know if you're allowed to talk about this, but when's the release window for that?
For the release date, like the
the official one.
So there's no date yet because this is game development. But basically there's this playtest, there's going to be an additional playtest, and then depending on how that playtest goes, there might be one more playtest, and then we'll go into early access. And if everything goes well, it should happen before the end of the year, but we'll see.
Oh, okay.
But there's a lot of polish that needs to happen.
Good to hear.
Yeah. I'm excited to repolish all the quests and make sure that the story and the narrative is cohesive and works across the different maps that we have.
Did they give you like a developer account to like log in and just test all that shit?
I do have that access. I just don't use it very often because I have limited set of hours for them, and I don't want to overwork myself, though I am definitely overworking myself this week. But that's okay.
Yeah.
It's a special week. We'll see. We had a lot more people, I think, come in than we thought. One thing though is that the entitlement, man, really gets on my nerves. It's like, I deserve a code, and it's like, why didn't you sign up when we had a month of talking about this before? Oh, I just heard about it now, and I'm like, well, sign up for the next one, I guess.
Yeah.
Not much I can do.
Like, can't expect things to just fall into your hands if you didn't try for it, you know?
Exactly. And it's, I'm sorry you didn't hear about it until the last minute, but it's not like we weren't putting it out there. And I literally do a weekly radio show called Fury Radio where I just talk about how to get in, and I give away access. It's like, and then people have the nerve to come in and be like, I didn't hear anything, and it's like, follow us on any social media.
So stupid, dude.
It drives me crazy, honestly.
And I always ponder. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say that I get people DMing me then, like expecting special treatment from me, and I'm like, I'm not even the ones. I don't generate the keys myself. I don't hand them out personally. So if you don't sign up, there's no hope.
Yeah. Have you ever thought that like people can't relate to another human being because it's like a screen or something?
Yeah, maybe.
It's like on the other side of this screen, there's another human.
They don't know that.
Like maybe use some thought.
They don't even know who I am, and that's what's the most frustrating part. Is like they just think I'm some rando employee who does like marketing or something, and I'm like, I'm the chief of design. I'm an actual game developer. Do you know my background? Have you ever heard of these games? Like, it's just like they do zero research, and then they shout at me like I'm the janitor, and I'm like, come on.
Dude,
Sure,
I remember the day.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say a modicum of respect is all I'm asking for. I'm not even asking for anyone to be like, oh my god, it's you. Just a little bit of like treating me like a human being would be nice.
Chat. Let me pontificate for your edification. The first day, Dave. Well, he's probably in the guild before that, but the first day I was in the raid with Dave, I was like, that dude sounds fucking like somebody I've heard before. And then Aslan was like, oh yeah, that's designer Dave. I was like, no way. Holy shit. I was like, I watched this dude's YouTube channel. Never in my day I thought he would be on Turtle WoW hanging out.
Oh yeah. It's just realized I was still in a raid. I just had to give all my loot to myself. That's funny.
I love that when it's like it doesn't show you're in a raid and it's just like, oh yeah, okay.
I mean,
I
it
guess
did.
that quest.
It did show I was in a raid. I just forgot.
But yeah, that's man, strange things happen. Freaking
True.
just meeting people on the internet and being like, wow, I watch your YouTube channel, and it's just like, bam, in the same guild. I was like, what the fuck? You gotta be kidding me.
That's the guy. I know that guy.
I had to ask Dave the old question of the Arthas thing, because
Oh,
I know much to Dave's dismay.
yeah. Don't get me started on the whole Arthas thing. 'Cause the people who are on the wrong side of that, like, there is correlation towards psychopathy. So, did I tell you that I posted a test and I said, hey, if you go ahead and take this test and let me know which side of the Arthas thing you're on. And there was strong correlation of psychopathy with people who thought Arthas did nothing wrong. Very strong.
Yeah.
To the point where I dropped the whole matter and stopped talking about it because I was actually afraid.
Yeah, as we had mentioned, just to give the chat the cliff notes of this, when we had talked about it originally, I was like, you know, a lot of people probably can't see it from like a design perspective, where it's like, well, if this didn't happen, this would have happened, you know, stuff like that. They only can see it through Arthas's lens of, holy crap, Dave, did you just hit that thing for 4,000?
That was a execute. That's normal
Holy
for a
shit.
warrior. I know, it makes my rogue look like a complete pansy.
Damn. Man, they got a nerf.
They got a nerf warriors. That's what I've been saying.
But yeah, people get trapped in their own mindset of like they get attached and they're like they only see it through Arthas's lens, and it's like, but if this didn't happen, something else would have happened that may have been better outcome. But I do think you're onto something, that a lot of people that are so willing to be like, yeah, there wasn't another option. It's like, well, there always is another option, but it's not told to the player and so on and so forth.
Right, it's not stated explicitly that there is another option. And so they go, well, if there was another option, you should have just told us what the other option was and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that would not have been a good story. The whole point was that Arthas was rash and irrational and wasn't looking for another option. It was his way or the highway, and he wasn't even going to give anyone time to think in the moment of passion, which is like, that's what happens in that cinematic, which I painstakingly did by hand and timed perfectly. Well, it wasn't perfect.
One of the best in all of gaming history, Dave, so you nailed it.
You know what's funny is how much shit I got for that cinematic from the art department, because I broke some rules of cinema. I do some 180s with the camera that you're not supposed to do, and they gave me an entire book on cinematography and asked me to read it after that.
Well, I hate to tell them, but you nailed it.
Yeah, I think I did okay, and I went through it recently, and there wasn't much that I would have changed. There's just a few like minor timing things where I think it would have been more impactful for Jaina to like pause for a second before turning and giving her line and things, but Blizz had a once-in-a-lifetime chance to do Arthas Redemption in Shadowlands. Look what they did to our boy.
Dude, that is actually so true.
Yeah, he could have had a redemption arc there where he realized that he was wrong at the culling, but instead they just diminished him into a nothingness, which is just... I don't even know what that's supposed to be.
That one of my favorite characters, and back when I was a horde character, which still horde at heart, I just play a paladin by chance because it was something different, because I'd never played a paladin before. The Garrosh, I think, is one of the most criminally mishandled characters. He should have had a redemption arc to become the Hellscream he was always destined to be and be the leader of the horde. And it's just mishandled. I wish there was a moment like in Warlords where Grom. Yeah, I know what they were going with, but I think it's stupid. They should have had where Garrosh, Thrall, and then Grom had a conversation when he was about to do the, what's it called, the Montgara, and then Thrall breaks the Montgara by using magic and so on and so forth. I think they should have had a very strong lesson there that they could have portrayed to the player, where Thrall, Grom have a conversation, and then they go and meet Garrosh, and then work everything out, and then Garrosh realizes what he was doing was wrong.
Right.
And that there was a better way.
Nope,
But
there's only
they
one
didn't do
way.
that.
His way or the highway. Because Garrosh is
Yep.
effectively a counterpart to Arthas. They were repeating a lot of the elements of that storyline. Just in a different way.
Yeah. And you know, repeating the same story over and over is just, it's terrible writing, right? Like,
It's lazy. And there was a lot of lazy writing at that time for World of Warcraft, unfortunately.
yeah, things could have been different. I wish, I'm glad he went out in the way that he went out, but it's like, all these characters could have been redeemed. You could have reeled it back in, but to keep pushing the lame stuff of trying to make these characters more emotional. And I'm not saying you can't have emotion in video games, but there's a time and a place, because we don't know these characters personally. I also think that there is also a problem where the player characters, because it was like, oh, you know, back in the day it was like a band of adventurers did this, but now it's more like the player characters aren't even the main characters of the Warcraft story anymore. So it's like,
Nope.
kind of stupid.
Or totally stupid.
I think, what's her name? Bosch. I think.
Lady Bosch.
No, it's not Bosch. Ashara. Of the
The god?
Naga, I think. Yeah, I think they also mishandled her. I can't remember which expansion that was, but I'm just like, she's supposed to be this, like, incredibly powerful, crazy being, and they're like, yeah, just one raid. Yeah, she's done. And it's like, you hyped her up for 20 years that she would have it'd be like the coming of the kingdom, and you ruined it.
Yep.
She uses the Cliff Notes in her own story.
Cliff Notes in her own story. That's sad. When you put it that way, that's really sad.
Yeah, she's empowered by the old ones and all this crazy stuff, and they portrayed her in the art to be like this incredible badass who called out in desperation, and what answered is probably not what she wanted, but she's gonna get it anyway. Giving her a cruel ultimatum that it's like, oh yeah, one raid. Done and dusted.
Done and dusted. Just like retail for me. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I hope for all of us. I keep telling people to stop going back to retail. I have a friend who still plays retail, and I'm just like, dude, just come play Turtle. Just please. You'll be a warrior. You're gonna be a badass. My guild is super successful. You have nothing to worry about. I've done like copious amounts of hours, and effort to help put our guild together and make sure it runs very good.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be very clear here. There's a big team of people that also do this. I just had a part in it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to come off as an arrogant asshole or anything. But we put a lot of effort into making our guild work, and you don't have nothing to worry about. Intius finally got to 60 and finally raided with us. He was like, yeah, this is a lot better. From our classic experience, that was terrible.
Or than retail classic, I mean.
Yeah, retail classic.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Our guild leader forced him to be a healer when he wanted to be a totem twisting enhancement shaman so he could run Nightfall and just do damage. He's not a healer. Like, period. He just doesn't ever want to heal. And I was like, Intius, if I have anything to say about it, you will never be a healer, ever, again.
Because you suck at it. No, just kidding.
I don't recall, like, he heals when it's absolutely necessary, like, to get a dungeon going, but he's not gonna raid heal.
No.
And he's not terrible at it.
Yeah.
Intius, speaking of which, he's in Australia this week.
Oh.
So he's gonna be gone for a little bit.
But why? They don't have internet in Australia? I guess not.
He's not bringing his computer. He's going to visit family and stuff.
The joke
Out
is
in the
that
middle of-
Australia has the worst internet in the world. They're like a third world internet country.
Holy crap.
They really do have terrible internet there.
Damn.
One of the reasons I can't live in Australia is because their internet is so shit.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially with the line of work you do.
Oh yeah. I'm perpetually online, so. Is this from Split?
Let's see, Cityman says, they mishandled Ashara so much, I thought there would be a whole expansion with her. We would traverse all of the deep sea in Kalimdor, the Eastern Kingdoms, and we got her in one raid in BFA. Dude, same.
Yeah, I
made
was
her a-
reading up on the whole Queen of Jar thing, and I'm like, wow, what the fuck did they do to her?
Nothing. That's the problem.
Completely trivialize these godlike beings.
Which is ridiculous. If you build up someone as a god, you better fucking pay that off. Like, I think Cthulhu was a great payoff.
Oh, dude. I remember walking in on Cthulhu, the original. You see him in the Twin Emperors back in the day in Vanilla. And it was like, oh, shit.
We're in trouble.
And then we got to him, and then we couldn't down him for, like, months.
It takes quite a bit to figure the whole tentacle thing out, yeah.
Yeah, until, what, they nerfed Cthulhu?
Yeah, it was after they nerfed Cthulhu we could down him. The dance was also a big deal because people didn't know. You didn't have the add-ons like we do today to kind of help with if you're too close to somebody, so someone would be slightly too close, and that would be an issue and stuff like that.
I mean, that's the one thing I've been appreciating with Turwal is the number of add-ons you've got to get going in order to get running. I
Yeah,
have
you
like
pretty much only DBM, right? Like, that's all you need.
I only have big wigs. I have MSBT, a swing timer. You know, like 10 or 12 add-ons, and that's it. No dependencies.
Yeah, it's refreshing. Like in retail, you need like weak auras, and then you gotta download the specific profile or some crap.
Yeah.
The less add-ons, the better, though. I think there's like,
Yeah, it's like
one or two per
you know,
class that are necessary sometimes.
I was gonna say, like, I just click on my character on the characters select screen, and I'm in seconds later to start moving around. Sure, models might take longer to load, but I can still move around.
Right.
Yeah, it's just given the fact that I choose to like camp in Stormwind, which I'm already level 60. I really don't need the world buffs.
Well, they don't work in raids, so.
I was gonna say, not like they work in raids anyways. Yeah.
Which
Thank
I think is a
goodness.
huge, good, positive change. I'm glad they did that.
Yep.
And by the way, I was streaming that one day, and I was talking about how you can do the Valentine's gift buffs in raid, and they
Yeah.
nerfed it almost immediately. They nerfed that. It doesn't
Yeah.
work anymore.
Who's watching?
Someone's watching.
Oh damn! So that means I can't get another 2% hit chance on my melee attacks.
Sorry. Well, no,
I
it's
just
like
have to deal with whatever I
30
got on my gear.
It's 30 agility,
fine,
30
sure.
intellect, 30 stamina that you could have had, which it does replace the Outblasted Lands buff, raid buff,
Oh yeah, the Blasted Land consumable.
which I think they could have left it in and it'd be okay. 5 extra agility for a small window of a month is not that big a deal, but nope. Gone. 5,769 damage. Boom. Puts my rogue to shame.
Yeah, luckily the classic raids are not terribly difficult on a mechanical level.
Yeah.
I honestly, I think it's better that way, but back to what I was talking to way earlier.
Mhm.
I think they could be a little bit harder, but I wouldn't go
I
much
think-
harder than 4H.
Because yeah, I think it could use a
Or-
little more difficulty,
on him.
but not like adding so many mechanics that you have to like master every one of them.
Yeah.
Like when I learned of the Nefarian nerf, it was like a welcome change.
Hmm.
Yeah, where people don't have to.
Yeah,
wear
we're
the
only
Infinity cloak.
Because they were only to take these the Onyxia Scale Cloak. Last guild I was in, they were trying to make everyone wear the Onyxia Scale Cloak, and I'm like, you don't have to do that! Because Nefarian here is nerfed compared to Classic, and they're insisting on that. So that's why I knew
Well-
I had to pack.
I mean, I don't know. I wear it all the time. As a rogue, if your class call happens twice, it can be a bad time.
Oh yeah.
So the DPS loss is not much in that particular case.
Yeah, if you get feared a lot into the
In front of
Shadow
Nefarian.
Flame, yeah, it's worth wearing. It's not worth dying over.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I've got Berserker Rage, and the only time where that could possibly happen is if I have both. Well, no, I think Recklessness also makes you immune to fear. So if I have all 3 of those cooldowns going, and the fear goes out, then yeah, I'm screwed. But I've never had a problem getting feared in front of a dragon and getting breathed on.
Yeah, the cool thing is shamans are also on the table for alliance players, which helps tremendously. That and the fear ward buff for all priest is pretty awesome.
Oh yeah. But I mean, like if I'm in a shaman group who's dropping wind fear, I'm gonna get tremor total anyways.
Yeah.
I could live without strength of earth for like 5 seconds just to have a get out of jail free card, and I don't have to burn a death wish.
Death Wish.
One of my
Yeah.
favorite abilities.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is.
But I've been
Charles
really
Bronson.
considering switching back to arms because I leveled up as arms. I heard so many good things about how like really overpowered it is in raids.
Oh, it is.
I
I've seen
definitely
it.
can be.
Look at
So
look
I've
at
been
Rajan's
looking into
damage.
actually they're looking into actually going to arms. Just swing a big meaty two-hander.
I'm doing arms right now. That's what the 4K, 5K damage we're talking about is coming from.
Yep.
And that's with
Plus, I
just
just want to have like a little bit more of a challenging rotation to perform.
right.
Yeah.
Kissa, thank you for the gifted membership. Dogukan Burke Kaya, what the heck? Be sure to thank Kissa for that. You now have access to the members only videos. If I could take charge in Blizzard and do Classic Plus, I'd go and do all of WoW Retail, but add it to Plus with zones slowly over time. Keep max level 60 in the game design vanilla. You mean like Turtle WoW did? No disconnected editions like Retail anymore. I agree. it should be focused on building more of the world that is still empty in vanilla. And I think that's what Turtle WoW has done a good job of. And what's funny is you'll go like, oh yeah, just take the boat to Hinterlands from Sparkwater or whatever. And people will be like, Sparkwater? What are you talking about? And like, there's a goblin town right there. And then they go and they discover all this new stuff, and they're like, oh my god, this is cool.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think that was a big misstep in the way that they did TBC, because it was like the
Yeah.
World of Warcraft, but you're all in the Outlands now.
The outer worlds of Warcraft.
Yeah. And then Wrath of the Lich King, it's like, okay, so I gotta level through all the old stuff, and it's meaningless, and then rush to 80 and get to Northrend, and it's like...
That was their biggest mistake. The biggest mistake
Yeah.
was obsoleting everything that you just previously did from 1 to 60, and all of the time you spent in 60, turning that experience into meaninglessness. Because, oh, look, this green dropped, and it's better than my, epic raid gear. Great.
Yeah.
Or it's like you get this, you craft Lionheart Champion, and all of a sudden it's actually better than Mites of Menethil.
Right.
Yeah. And I think horizontal progression, if they, we had a time machine and a magic wand all at the same time, would have been definitely the more, I guess, advanced way to look at things, because I get the notion that, like, yes, you need to make new content people want to do, but you have all this huge library over, the course of 3 expansions where, like, Molten Core and then BWL and AQ, where they're just, no one does them anymore. Like, the very few raids of people that lock their level is, like, none. But it's like, you can keep relative content, and even sometimes you could be like, yeah, let's maybe add a bonus boss in this raid or something. If you do, like, cool requirements, or, there's plenty of things you could do with such a situation where you revisit old content, update it to the new standard, and it's still, like Wailing Caverns and Turtle, they added some bosses in there that are non-intrusive.
Yep.
Just get bonus loot in there, you fit right in.
Yep. And there's new goblin towns, there's the high elf starting area, there's the goblin starting area. All of these things fit into the world. Like, if you didn't know any better, you'd think they were already there in retail.
Yeah. ESO is one of the few games that has done horizontal progression like that, and they did it very well. I mean, they're still kicking around. I hear it's the mismanagement of it is catching up to them finally, but they were successful for a very long time. I don't know what their numbers are, but they have 100,000 players that log in monthly. That's still doing pretty good. Guys, we have a magic wand. It's called T-WoW, and we'll make our own WoW with blackjack. And oh wait, no, you get it.
Guild Wars 2
Wars
did
2.
horizontal. Yeah. They did a pretty good job, but I tried to go back to it years later, obviously, and just got overwhelmed by all the weird additional Asia-focused stuff. So I do need Scorpock pincers.
Yeah, it's I think that it's a much better progression. I guess SWG kind of has horizontal progression, but I think the problem with that is it wasn't successful enough to really keep going with its progression, unfortunately. It has a lot of content, but a lot of it's player made, and they added cool ideas like players can make their own quest, and there's like a designer role specifically for that, something you can level up and make like little trivial quest, and then eventually after you make a whole bunch of quests, you can then make like more harder quest and so on and so forth. I thought that was an interesting idea.
Yeah,
And
what
you
game are you
can
talking
even
about?
like, it's SWG.
Star Wars Galaxies, yeah. Raph Koster was big on the whole player-generated content.
Yeah, I think that when it works, it's fantastic. But if you've ever run a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, you always get like, let's say you have 6 players, 3 out of the 6 are really kind of more quiet and not outspoken, and you really need all 6 players to be in the role and like, yes, I'm pushing the story along and stuff like that. Some people need more of a heavy hand to get into the character and stuff rather than playing a game.
For sure.
I run a Dungeons and Dragons homebrew campaign where I basically took the rules of 5e and completely threw them in the garbage can and then have adjusted.
Yeah, I've been thinking about doing my own Dungeons and Dragons campaign, completely homebrew.
I'll definitely do it, homie. It's always a good time with friends. You just, as a DM to DM, I'll just tell you right up, make sure the people that you're playing with want to be there. Because if they don't want to be there...
I haven't found the people yet because I've been in the planning stages.
This would be your first time DMing, I assume?
I was gonna say, before I do any DMing, I was wanting to actually go find someone else's campaign, run D&D as a actual player a few times to get a feel for it.
So
Before
I'll tell you
up to the role.
A strange fact: I've never played D&D as a player. I've only ever been a DM.
Whoa, that's bizarre to me.
Yeah. I've crafted a world, I've been working on it for a couple of years now, that I think is pretty good. It's a low fantasy, kind of grim, dark, medieval fantasy trope, where magic casters are tainted because the magic is not called from like components and stuff. This is also a good way to get rid of the component mechanic with a logical reasoning. Is the magic is called from another realm. You're willing the magic from a mysterious place, but that place is also tainted with the demons and so on and so forth.
Yes.
And then maybe occasionally you get a roll where it comes up and you fail, and then all of a sudden your homie's possessed. Is the TLDR version of it.
Damn. So, like, right now, what I've been planning first and foremost have been all the classes, all the specializations, and, just fleshing out the spell book first.
So, depends on what kind of criteria you're running, right? Like, if you're going to run 5e, their spell book is pretty good. You don't have to make a whole lot with that unless you're doing some like unique things with it. They cover pretty much all the bases, I feel. If you're running 3.5, they have 10 times more content to pull from.
I was gonna say, like, some of the spells I'll like borrow from 5e, while the others it's like a lot of the inspiration comes from like World of Warcraft too, because one of the things I like has to be the class fantasy.
Dave, if you lose this, you get -5 Azul bucks, by the way.
Well, I was gonna say, but I'll also try to like.
What do I get for winning?
Where I can actually like
+5 Azul bucks.
Try to be a little more creative. Like add a little more, say a little more originality.
What?
Yeah, Oh yeah, Dave gets 5 Azul bucks.
I see. Yeah.
I don't know what you can spend it on, Dave, but
I get to take one piece of loot from you.
all right, fair enough.
I choose bindings.
Hey, you never know, Dave. You may be in line sooner rather than later.
I don't think so. I'm struggling, and not sure how effective I will be at actually helping a raid with my tanking. but we'll see. I don't know. I got a new build now. I think it'll work better.
Yeah, if just keep at it. You never know how the dice may fall. If it's even something you're willing to craft, because a lot of people just don't want to craft it because it is once you have it, it's like, well, you're kind of expected to use it.
What, the Thunder
So-
Fury?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Like, I would not even
And one of
ask.
the things that actually got me into thinking about doing running away on D&D camping is I've been listening to a podcast
Oh
What?
yeah.
of a D&D homebrew campaign, and it's called Winds of Calamity. It was
Oh.
run by a channel called Literary DM.
Huh.
That campaign's since been completed. Like, the last episode on it, I think it was published like a couple years ago now.
Resolink. Stupid games. No, I don't know. I've never
Yeah,
heard
but on
of that
Spotify
podcast.
too.
What were they playing? I don't understand.
Sorry, I had got some schmutz on my hand. But
Schmutz.
yeah, I think that depending on what kind of campaign you're running and how homebrew you want it to be, 5e is a good starter place, but most people tend to fall back on 3.5 because it just has mountains and mountains of content. My advice to you is I would probably shoot for 4 players. It's much easier to DM with 4 than 6.
True.
It gives also more people kind of like incentive to push harder in like the RP aspect of Dungeons and Dragons. And you have a lot less micromanagement. The encounters can be a lot smaller but more meaningful in a lot of ways. One of the things I run into as a problem with my campaign is trying to give everybody a moment to shine, while also dishing out a very strong challenge for them to overcome.
Yeah, and sometimes there's one person who finds a solution to everything. It's sort of like, even when you set something up for another
yeah.
character to do, they're always taking the glory, and it's like, let the rogue do it. God.
Yeah, I was
I know
thinking
you're-
of trying to do like 5 or 6 players. Would
Yeah.
be like where I'd want to run the campaign at.
For your first time DM, go ahead, Dave.
Less is better for your first time.
Oh, yeah, well, of course, I can start with 4.
I would shoot anywhere between 1 to 3.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and keep that one in mind.
Yeah.
As I can get a feel for DMing before I scale up the party sizes.
Yeah, because
So-
the thing about DMing is it's like it's all about giving the right amount of attention to each player, and that's much easier to figure out with less players than it is if you're being overwhelmed by 4 people trying to give you information at once.
Yeah, that's why I see like starting with like 1 or 2 people, so let not only be able to like give each one of the players like a chance to shine, and also giving them the attention they need, but also like I said, just to be able to get a feel for the role of DMing
Oh, for sure.
before I start scaling up the party sizes to like where I would like to be at. Plus, it just gives me more time to like flesh out the homebrew campaign.
Yeah. My advice to you, as like a first-time DM, right? If you need to have like a workflow of like how to make content very quickly. I'm assuming you'll probably run like every 2 weeks. There are some very powerful tools that you can build battle maps with. I'll throw out a suggestion. This is not like sponsored by them or anything, but Incarnate for building your battle maps and your world, like maps in general, is
Incarnate's
extremely
great.
good for the amount of money.
Yeah.
Right.
Top notch, and you can import your own assets and stuff. And if you need a quick map for something obscure, they have the community tab. If something's been published to that, you can just throw that in your campaign and stuff. Very powerful tool to help with your workflow. And then just think about how you want your players to kind of like play the game and see the world. is like the most important thing. Like if you're trying to tell more of a story, or if you're trying to do more of a freeform thing, and it's all about hammering those kind of things home, and but also your ability to tell the story to your players through NPC dialogue, because you're every NPC in the game. So maybe let's say you have 2 players, right, for your first session, and then they're like, okay, well, we're gonna do this encounter, but I'm gonna have them run into an NPC, and then that NPC is you, and you're like, okay, well, they need a healer, and then you're gonna like, okay, I'm gonna show them how to do this and how to recruit NPCs in the campaign, and then so on and so forth to give them more content, because sometimes encounters, if you're like lacking a certain thing, maybe they hire an NPC to help them out in this encounter and how you want to handle that. But always give the players the agency and kind of fall to the back line of letting them fall into their own traps, essentially. You don't ever want to have an NPC be like the leader of the group or anything. You want the players to do that.
Yeah.
Right. Because to me, after all, the story should be told by the player, not by the NPC.
Exactly. You're there as the world itself, and the players are there to be the story.
Yeah, basically, I was gonna say, like, the only thing I'm there for is basically just, like calculating all the numbers and basically just narrating the story.
Yeah.
It also depends on the type of people you're playing with. In my group, I was like, all right, guys, you guys are getting pretty competent at playing the game, and I was like, I'm gonna start taking to cut off the training wheels. Like, I'm gonna stop helping them as much, because as the narrator, I'd be like, you feel like you're about to do something very stupid, just as an example, right?
Right.
And that's because they weren't doing their checks. They weren't playing the game to its optimal capability. Like, they weren't perception rolling, they weren't insight rolling, stuff like that. So you want to keep the training wheels on if it's new players. If they know what they're doing, don't worry about it. But a lot of people, if you're playing with your friends, be like what their experiences is. Do they mind hand holding a little bit if they need it?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, everyone's there to have a good time. I've heard horror stories where like the DM is just an asshole, and he's like, this month you walked into a trap and you're dead.
Lol. No check at
And
all.
it's like, well, yeah, you took away the player's agency, right? So it's like, why are they even playing?
I will say I had one player who was just being a dick and refused to do what go with the rest of the group. And I gave him like 3 warnings. First, I warned him. So this was like a prison sort of situation where they were being sent by an alien species that had them imprisoned down to other worlds to do tasks because they could integrate. And basically there was a half-giant assassin who said flat out, I'm keeping my eye on you in particular. And so they knew that they had someone tailing them on the planet. And then he's like, I'm just gonna, as soon as they get down there, he's like, I'm just gonna wander away from everybody else. And I'm like, are you sure about that? And I'm like, do a wisdom check. He fails the wisdom check. I'm like, do a basic intelligence check. I'm like, and he succeeds. And I'm like, you remember this warning from the half-giant assassin in the prison cell? And he's like, yeah, whatever. And he walks off, and I'm like, okay, perception check fails. And then I'm like, okay, a 1-ton half-giant assassin jumps onto your back and stabs you, and did some insane amount of damage because it was a full backstab. He's an actual assassin half-giant, which is just ridiculous. But he has like gauntlets of invisibility. And yeah, he died. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, oh well, whatever. I'm like,
Oh no.
like, okay, if that's the way it's gonna be.
Rough side.
I had a
No,
situation. Sorry.
giant
Go ahead.
is a giant is a species in there's hill giants, storm giants, and whatever. He was half storm giant, so he's actually like 9 to 10 feet tall. But he was a master assassin, so he was extremely stealthy, and he had invisibility. So he was the stealthiest half giant you'll ever meet. But yeah, he was there as a guard to make sure that the players did what they were to fulfill their mission. Basically, they don't care how you fulfill the mission as long as you do. So in that particular case, they were just there to info gather, and he was just being stupid.
Yeah. Like, you can only warn a man so many times.
I tried my best, but he was hardcore set on just like, I'm gonna do my own thing, and I'm like, that's not how D&D works.
Yeah, splitting the party is always a problem.
Yeah, it is.
I had a situation where Solaire, who plays in my D&D campaign, I got a bunch of other guildies in it. They were fighting a demon that had been summoned into the world from a mage reaching too far into the Arcana, and I'm like giving him all kinds of hints. I'm like, and he did the smart thing. He was like, I'm gonna use sense good and evil on it, and I was like, you can tell there is a demon in the presence. And so they get to the fight, and then they're trying to figure out the mechanic, because I like to throw like unique mechanics where I called it Phantasmal Major Demon Illusion was the spell. And what it did was is it let the demon could shift places with a mirror image of itself at will, only once per turn. So they would kill one shot the illusions, but then they would have to figure out which one the real one is. And so Solaire, and they did full damage if they hit you. So the paladin Solaire hit the demon with compelled duel. He then does the phantasmal demon illusion, and then it's just like there are 3 on the field, and they all just whack him 6 times.
Oh god. Well, he
And
got what he
then
wanted.
I was like, yeah, it was actually pretty cool. I didn't let him die then, though. He wouldn't have died anyway, but I was setting up a thing where they had to bargain with a god. His name is Valdim. He's the god of mercantilism. He's always willing to strike a bargain, and even those who pray to him in desperation, he may appear if the bargain is good enough. And I put there was a chest full of gold, like 5,000 gold. And I had the demon suggest to like, come check out the gold. And then they failed the wisdom check, and they're being compelled to walk towards the gold.
Uh-oh.
And yeah, I think it was a solid setup. They were all happy with how it turned out. And then so Slayer goes down, and I'm like, all right, so the demon explodes and deals 50 damage to everybody, well more than enough HP to kill everybody. And Slayer, in a desperate prayer, calls out to Valdim, and he's like, I want to strike a bargain. And I go, well, what's the price? And then as a gesture, Valdim kicks the chest of 5,000 gold over to him. He's like, take it all. And what they bought was 1 experience point. It
What?
leveled them up, and yeah, the mechanic was they bought 1 experience point for 5,000 gold, and since they leveled up mid-combat, it saved them.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I thought that was funny, just as a nice little nod.
If half-giant assassins can exist, Tauren rogues must exist in Turtle. Well, yeah, you can have a Tauren rogue. You just have to have a lot of invisibility potions. So it already does exist.
I mean, I'm still wondering, how do Torn Rogues actually get around in retail? Like, I'm still scratching my head on that.
They don't.
Do they have a sneak
Where's my
animation?
buckler? I think they do now, yes.
Is it them stomping up and down really loudly?
These 1,000-pound Goliaths. But yeah, that was the last session I had the training wheels on, and I had told them before, I was like, I'm gonna, start taking off the training wheels, and you guys are gonna, suffer the consequences of your own actions.
There are
playing into
consequences?
this.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah. The the thing is when I told that they actually got nervous, and I didn't want them to be nervous. I was like, you guys are actually doing pretty good, but I'm gonna start like, you know, forcing my hand of like, hey, you're doing something stupid, or this or that. They're like, oh, well, you can keep doing that. They were kind of nervous about me letting loose with the training wheels.
As they should be. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm not
Right.
out to kill my party members like some DMs are. I do want them to both strive for success, but also have a challenge. What I do is I'll run the combats in a simulation prior to them actually fighting it to see because if it's not possible for them to beat, and I have a couple of different ways. Like you can always talk your way out of something. Typically, like if bandits come up and they're like, hey, how about we don't fight, and you succeed the roll, and then you make a convincing argument. It's like, all right, let them pass. I'll technically give you the experience for that because that is a technical victory. So it incentivizes people to talk things out rather than, be murder hobos and stuff.
Murder hobos,
to get the
yes.
rewards.
Every DM's favorite player.
Yeah.
The
We
murder
also
hobo
have flanking
crew.
rules.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. Yeah, so in 5e, there is no flanking rule. Like, if you're behind a monster, it doesn't make a difference. So I was like, okay, players get an advantage if you're behind flanking the target and they can't react. That just makes a whole bunch of sense. But in return, players can also be flanked.
Yeah.
So good positioning and strategic thinking goes a long way in the way I kind of run things. We have a system called coup de grace, whereas if you get a sneak attack on a non-boss enemy, it can outright kill them. Like if you're cutting the throat of an evil goblin at the mid of night when he's sleeping or something like that, it'll just instantly kill them as long as you succeed the check.
Right. Makes sense.
But so too can happen to the players.
Right.
I'm not gonna be a dick with that rule though. But if you're in a forest and you're being chased by the Assassin's Guild, also known as the Pinkertons, you can maybe wind up in a situation to where you could make a dumb decision and end up dying. But I would, because I don't ever want to take away the player's agency, I would obviously give them many hints before such a thing would happen.
Yeah.
So I was thinking when you brought up the flanking rules, I'm like, how do they exactly work? Like, what if you're flanking an enemy from their left and right, but let's say the enemy has like a cleave or a sweep attack ability? Like, how does that work?
So the way I kind of base it in reality, right? Like if a target's focus, like if you're playing WoW, right? And your focus is tanking this thing in front of you, and a rogue sneaks up behind you and backstabs you, it kind of has to follow with that kind of logic on the tabletop.
Yeah.
So if it makes sense, they get advantage. There are some bosses that cannot, or stronger creatures that can't be flanked. For instance, you can't just flank a dragon. You can't just flank a beholder. But like regular humanoids, if this dude's attacking you and you're facing him, but a other dude flanks behind you, that would be advantage because you would have to turn your whole body to turn around. It just kind of logical steps, right? Like ultimately it's up to your discretion as the DM if they get advantage or not.
So I was thinking, like, yeah, for the most part, like, yeah, you can get advantage if you got like somebody in front of the target and then you get another person get behind that target. But I was also thinking, like, what I was thinking is like if you've got say like somebody in front of them and then you've got your buddy standing like at the target's left or right, and the enemy has, like I said, a cleave or a sweep attack ability.
It would depend on who his focus is, and you normally as the DM decide that prior, where the focus is, if he's facing which direction.
Yeah, I'm thinking like generally like in the frontal like 180-degree area. Where,
I kind of have, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Like where the cleave or sweep attack would happen.
Yeah. For instance, ogres are very large targets, but even ogres being as large as they are means that they're also extremely easy to hit. So
Yeah.
it's very easy to get behind an ogre, but he's like a hulking monstrosity. So even if he does take the damage and stuff, you have to think about action economy and when it's appropriate to apply such a rule. A lot of the time. In my campaign, we haven't ever had that come up where there's like a cleave or a thing like that. We did have a minotaur. They were in a trench because I was doing a reference to All Quiet on the Western Front. And they're in the trenches, literally, and there's a goblin invasion happening for some unknown reason that they don't know about yet. And they sent a minotaur into the trenches, and it was like a mini boss, and I set it up to... He's like a way more stronger minotaur than normal. So he would deal 3 attacks, but there is an aggro system to where he'll select priority threat targets, and he can bulldoze his way through a trench, and they're locked in like a 15-foot square, which is like the size of the entire thing. And so he would sprint from one side, kind of like a lava surger in WoW, and then sprint back to the other, and he would gore all of them coming across. It was a really good fight. Also to that fact of, if you have a lot of action economy in the enemy's ballpark, sometimes as the DM, because you can outright kill players like a lot of the time, like sometimes it's necessary to not do certain things. For instance, if the Minotaur is going to outright, and I'm not saying there should never be any danger, but you want to run the knife's edge of a good challenge and letting them conquer the enemy in such a way that they think that they have won, even if you kind of threw something in a little bit of a direction. For instance, if you have 3 attacks, so I charge in, I'll specifically prioritize the Barbarian, and then I'll have an off attack hit another player. So he's like goring with the horns with the charge, and then he's smacking with his hammer, and then he does like a fist attack or something on an off player. So you're spreading the damage around all the players, not just soloing one target, unless they do something to like invoke that response, like a compelled duel or something like that. You always want to... The way I think to balance it is you want to run the knife's edge of almost killing them.
Yeah.
Where did the Turtle WoW donations thing go?
And to that point, I get a lot of... I always ask my players, like, speak frankly, like, what's your opinion about some of the stuff, to get feedback. Did you have fun playing that? And all the encounters I've, like, mechanically came up with, they were like, I can't wait to see what you do next, because they're interesting. It makes you think on your feet of how to conquer this enemy, stuff like that. Like, you want unique mechanics and certain enemies that are special to show up and give the players a huge challenge, but then you want to give them a cool reward and stuff like that. You got to make them earn it, And I'm not even saying fudge dice, relatively, because sometimes the dice go in your favor, sometimes the dice goes in the player's favor. And a lot of the time, I've had the players where the dice is just... they're hitting 20s like back to back. I had a dude snipe. He completely trivialized one of the encounters I had. He kills 2 hobgoblins just immediately. I was just like, what the fuck is Ranger's problem?
Yeah.
And so I adjust on the next encounter. I adjusted, and then he rolled terribly for like the next 2 sessions where he was barely able to do anything, and it's just, you got to account for that.
Yeah, that's when it's like you gotta like dial things back a little.
Yeah, that is a skill in and of to itself, is to be able to make things fun and enjoyable, to keep that challenge going, and then put the pressure on the players when it's appropriate, but don't make it obvious. Obfuscate a lot of stuff. If you even to the point where if you even have to sneak in another hidden enemy just randomly off the thing to be like, you've been snuck up on by another hobgoblin that stabs you in the back, and then it's like, oh shit.
Yep.
So what I'll do is I'll have the main encounter. If they're rolling hot that night, I'll throw in extra enemies as kind of like a reward for a challenge.
Yeah.
To kind of balance it out. If they're not, I'll lower it and so on and so forth, and then just continue with the story that we're building.
So I was gonna say, you can donate tokens to me, and I'll use it to buy whatever you want me to buy, if that's what you want. If it's giving you anxiety, if it's giving you that much anxiety, you can donate tokens, and I'll get the stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I can't even find the donation thing, so I don't know where it went.
Mission. I had them fight this super big horde of goblins that were raining in. Then I threw in some gnolls, and they were killing it. Actually, they were kicking ass, but it was close. And I had already planned for this to happen, so I kind of let them have a victory lap where a steam tank busts through the trench line, and it's from a friend that they had made earlier in a previous session, who said he would show up on the battlefield and stuff. He went off to his capital, which is right next to where the battlefield is, not too far. He drove the steam tank all the way there. There's a few of them. It's a giant war zone. And there's some diplomatic things going on with that, but it was cool to be like, yes, there is 50 damage on the field. And they're like, what? And you know, the tank fires its steam cannon, and it just kills a hobgoblin. They're like, what the hell did that? And then it's like, oh yeah, freaking steam tank pops through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man.
You're just pulling my leg. Oh. What? 6,000. Boom. All right. Warriors are broken. So did they all die, or did they live?
No, I wasn't gonna let them die that early in the campaign. A lot of these are first timers. I want them to be attached to their character before some fatal stuff happens.
Yes, indeed. You gotta wait till that like 5th session, I think, is usually the part where you put them in serious peril.
We're on like the 10th.
Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of like Ash and Henhella are brand new. Solaire has only ever done one other campaign that didn't go anywhere because people were being flaky. And I was like, we got a good group this time. Everyone's showing up. Everyone's on point and interested. And, they're not half-assing anything, and we all get along pretty well. So
you all live in the same area?
Me, Solaire do. Matt lives in Cali. I forget where all the others live.
Are you playing online or at a table? Is I guess what I was asking.
Yeah, Fantasy Grounds.
Fantasy Grounds. What's that?
So it's kind of like Roll20 if Roll20 was like a standalone client and like better. It isn't free like Fantasy or Roll20, but it does have a lot of automation, and it's much easier to import stuff, and it's not terribly laggy. They do sell all the books for like Pathfinder, 5e, stuff like that, and it's run by some good dudes. And they recently ported their engine to the Unity engine to make things run a little bit smoother. They did that before the whole Unity fiasco.
I imagine, yeah.
But they it runs pretty good. We've only had one crashing issue, and I think it's because I imported an 8K map for the battlefield. It's just huge, like 200 by 100 block of just trenches that I've imported, and I won't be doing that again because it's too much, I think, for the engine to handle with all the effects going on.
Right.
But they got, like, you can make walls, doors, lighting sources. You can have weather effects like fog and rain and snow.
It does sound pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely would recommend it. I don't know if it's the absolute best, but it is a solid product for how little it costs. Although the books are expensive, but the actual cost of the client to use is cool. No port forwarding or anything like that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they hosted sessions on their own servers.
What do you think about Vrykul? Vrykul? How do you even say that?
Right, Vicryl.
It's like the human progenitor race in Warcraft.
Oh, the giants from Northrend?
Yeah.
Yeah, the half giant Vrykul.
All humans are descendants of them. Apparently.
Yeah.
I think they need to stop adding races to WoW. I don't know, it just kind of ballooned into a problem.
It's been a problem.
Bookkeeping problem.
It's like, oh yeah, be whatever you want and do whatever you want, and nothing really matters. It's like, oh, well, okay, who cares?
Yeah, I'll be
I'll
be the fox race, whoever they are. Never.
The furry.
I'll be a furry.
So
Yeah.
I was also thinking, like, as a prospective dungeon master, should I also like grab things like like any handbooks that I could just reference?
The most important one is the Dungeon Master's Guide, and your players need to have the handbook of whatever you're playing. You only need one of them, and you need to print out your sheets. If you're doing it online, you don't obviously got to do any of that. But I would say choose your program of your choice. There's a few that I can recommend. Fantasy Grounds, if you're looking for more of a commercial one. I always forget the open source one.
Fantasy Grounds VTT, is that the one that you were mentioning?
Yep.
Okay. €48.
Let's see
Yeah, I
what.
was thinking I'll just go grab the Dungeon Master's Guide, so I could just peruse it to see like what the Dungeon Master has to be doing in order to be able to like make sure everything is running smoothly.
Generally, it's just
Yeah.
storytelling. The DMG is really only useful when you come into a rule that you're not sure about. It's basically a reference guide at that point.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Is like just read through the book so I could understand like what the rules are, and if I need to go reference it, then I can at any time.
Yeah, the other one I would recommend is Foundry. It's the open source version. You buy it once and you get it forever, but you got to host your own server for your players to connect to.
Boundary, right?
Yeah, Foundry and Fantasy Grounds are the two that I would recommend. I don't. Anything that I can buy a standalone client for, I always recommend having the standalone rather than the Steam version, just purely because if something ever happens with the Steam version or something, it's not unsupported. I've had a few games in the past that were like, oh yeah, it's we have our own launcher and stuff, and it's no longer being supported as well for whatever reason. But yeah, they do have their own standalone client. I don't think they're going anywhere in the next 10 years. For Fantasy Grounds, that is.
Yeah.
They do have monthly subscriptions if you prefer to pay that way, or lifetime subscriptions. And you can pick up the Dungeon Master's Guide on their website as well. They have occasional sales. And once a year, they'll have a lifetime purchase. It's quite expensive because you permanently get a membership forever, but you no longer have to pay monthly.
We will have justice.
Foundry VTT, you got to go to their website for it. It's not on Steam, I don't believe.
Salama Ashalanore. We will persevere. Anu Belore Delana. Remember the sunlight. Victory lies ahead. We will persevere. Farewell. Salama Ashalanore.
Foundry on Steam is a game. Yeah, Fantasy Grounds VTT. I think you found it already. Let me go. Monster Hunter 1. Guild Wars 2? What? Featured and recommended? Did
My
Discord...
homie.
Discord is fucking communicating with the Steam now.
Oh no. hate all the ads that pop up in freaking Discord these days. I'm just like, stop. I already pay for the premium service of Discord. Stop.
You have Nitro and you're still getting ads? I don't get any ads.
I've turned them all off and I haven't ever since. So, before it was like, okay, this is annoying. It was the quest thing that pissed me off the most, though.
Quest?
Like, yeah, I don't. So it's, yeah, they would be like, if you go and play this game for like 2 hours, you get a thing.
Okay. I hate those.
Yeah, Diablo 4, when that came out, they were like, play Diablo 4 now.
Oh, it's Next Fest. I forgot about this. Dune Awakening. Is that the MMORPG? Dune Awakening? It is.
That was...
There's a demo. Oh, we're playing.
Oh, snap.
I am installing right now. 168 gigs. No, 17
Holy
gigs.
crap.
Oh, 17
Oh.
gigs.
It's like,
That's how much space I
damn.
have left.
Hey, if y'all are in the market for some solid state drives, they're totally a good price right now. It's the only computer part that's fucking actually a decent price these days.
I bought a RAID housing unit, and I just need to put drives in it and start offloading all. So since I do videos and stuff, I have all of those saved in their raw forms, and I just need to move all those off somewhere.
Oh yeah, that's
Once I
gonna
do
be a
that-
pretty penny.
Yeah, I'll have plenty of space after that. I just don't want to lose all that raw material in case I want to do a retrospective on my YouTube channel or something.
Yeah.
Into the Dead, Our Darkest Days. This looks like it's from the guys who did the, Oh, this looks exactly like that. Oh, okay, I know this game. I played the demo for this. Do you remember, this War of Mine?
Yes, very good game.
I think this is the same... No, this is Pickpock. I worked for Pickpock for a month. Had a very bad time.
I was gonna say, it didn't sound like a good time. It was only a month.
No, it was very sad. They were super excited to have me and everything, and then I ran into what I call it's just office politics. And there was some guy there who, you know, thinks of himself as like the big designer and is very threatened by anyone with more experience than him. And like he basically set up a meeting and called it a brainstorming meeting, right? So I have a specific interpretation of brainstorming, which is to generate ideas for something.
Yeah.
As most people, I think, would. And basically, we went into that meeting, and he was basically asking me questions about like the analytics and stuff, and I had just gotten access to their analytics tool the previous day, and he knew that. And then proceeded to like start laughing at me when like I made some like assumptions and like, oh, I don't really know what's going on because I haven't looked at the analytics too carefully, but this is what I would presume is going on. He's like, oh, you're just assuming? And like just, I'm like, okay, what's really going on here? And yeah, after that meeting ended, I basically told him I'm no longer interested in working for this company. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because
holy
if
shit.
that's the kind of person you put in charge of projects, I can't imagine what the designers underneath them are going through.
Yeah, it sounds like he was trying to dehumanize you in front of everyone for whatever reason.
Oh, for
Egotistical
sure.
Bullshit.
No, he was threatened by my years of experience, and they had a specific way of doing things with analytics, where like if you have to back up everything with data, and I'm very much I wouldn't say instinctive designer, but analytics is my backup to prove assertions that I make, not my go-to to understand what I need to do, because I'm a creative. And if you're just looking at the analytics to determine what you need to do, you're not a creative anymore. You're just a robot, like deciding, the analytics say this, therefore we should do this. And that's not fun for me. I wouldn't even I wouldn't work at a company that does things that way. So I'm a little
Yeah,
curious.
Helldivers had that problem.
Right. Helldivers did have that problem, and then they moved away from that, and they went back to like just doing what's fun.
To all who oppose us.
Damn near killed their entire franchise.
100%. And that's what I keep talking about with the corporate necrosis. Is like, if you just follow the analytics, you are going to kill your game. It's just going to happen.
Yeah. For anyone that doesn't know, just a TLDR on the Helldivers, they were picking weapons from their analytics that everyone was using, and they were like, huh, why is everyone using this weapon? And then, because they had purely were sourcing the analytics, they were nerfing the weapons everyone was using, and that they did that so many times to where, like, all the weapons in the game were, like, ineffective. And the player base was slowly declining, and it got, I think, under 20,000 players. Like, it got really dead there for a while. And the players basically revolted and were like, look, you nerfed this gun, the last gun that was legitimately, like, powerful in the game. You've killed all the fun in it, and players quit. And then Arrowhead was like, all right, look, we're going to reevaluate everything, and then they completely fixed the game after taking some pretty harsh feedback, which was justified in my opinion. And they have made Helldivers into a franchise that is probably going to be one of the most profitable moving forward if they keep up the good content and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's
Completely
the thing.
180.
They probably, this is what I imagine happened, but I don't actually know. So grain of salt all this, but typically what happens is like these smaller studios will suddenly see huge success, and so they'll hire industry people who are analytics experts and shit to maximize the monetization or maximize the, you know, the data tools to figure out what's going on and how we can improve, because these are the experts, right? And these experts are devoid of creativity and fun. And they stand by that 100. I've butted heads with these motherfuckers so many times in the past.
Absolutely.
And yeah, what you end up with is a game that is devoid of fun, because they've followed the data trails and like X, Y, and Z, therefore this, and completely ignore the human elements, the fun elements, the creativity elements, the joy of discovery, everything, all of that goes out the window, and it's just following the data trail to maximize whatever it is. And I have a couple really good examples of this. So there was one game I was consulting for, and I could not convince the guy of this, but I'll be very vague here. But basically,
Yeah, sure.
his game had so an interstitial ad is a ad that interrupts the gameplay flow, and just you can't do anything until the interstitial ad is you've gotten mostly through it, and then the skip button appears, and it covers everything you're doing. Whereas like there's like border ads and banner ads and other kinds of ads that you can do instead. And I could not convince the guy to remove the interstitial ad, and I said, this is causing churn. Churn is where people leave the game because they're frustrated with something. And he's like, well, the data doesn't show that. The data shows that they keep playing after that. I'm like, yes, but the frustration is caused by the interstitial ad, and they leave during the ad, but you can't tell because there's no inputs. They're not.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not doing anything to get out of the interstitial ad and then quitting the game. They're like force quitting the game because they're stuck in an interstitial ad, and that's not going to register anything. And he's like, well, you know what? When I put in the interstitial ads, the monetization went up. So, you know, and I could not convince him that he was murdering his own game. And his numbers have gone down since then, and are going to continue to decline because he's murdering his own audience.
Yeah, if you make a mechanic in a game where it's like it breeds resentment, just it spreads like wildfire, like you have something that takes you immediately out of the experience, you won't, as you referred to it as churn, right? You can't
Mm.
see that because the other metric on the other side is going to be like, oh yeah, there's no inputs at all, and then these big wigs or eggheads, whatever you want to call them, are just
Analytics
like, yeah, the
experts.
number go up.
Yeah, the number goes up when we do this these two things, and it's like, but the overall numbers are in decline. Why? And they can't figure it out because people quit at random times. They don't necessarily quit right after an event. When they do quit right after a specific event, then you can look at the data analytics, but you can't always prove that. And that's why any company that
Yeah.
is like overly up their own ass about the data analytics, oh, the data, you have to prove it with the data. It's like, no, motherfucker, I've been making games for 26 years. I understand the player experience very, very well, and I know when you're doing something stupid. And so when I see something stupid and I call it out, I don't necessarily have to back it up with data. And there are certain companies that just won't accept that.
Yeah, and they'll continue failing, seeing attrition throughout whatever franchise they're trying to make. I
Yep.
think Gabe Newell, I'll be apocryphal with the saying here, but he's like, piracy isn't a problem in and of itself. It's often a service problem. And I would say that rings true in pretty much everything. If you piss people off, and it doesn't even have to be much, people will seek alternatives. One of the big ones right now in the games industry that I think a lot of people are actually waking up to is Denuvo. Why does the pirate?
God.
Yeah. Why
Fuck
does the
Denuvo.
pirate who doesn't have to deal with Denuvo because they pirated the game in the first place? Why does the person that plays for it have like their 5 to 30% of their performance cut off of their computer that they paid thousands of dollars for, diminished, while the pirate doesn't have to deal with that?
Yep.
It's stupid.
It is so dumb. Yeah, every anti-piracy measure has only reduced the amount of total players, whereas every act of piracy,
Absolutely.
every act of piracy increases the total number of players, because people pirate the game, and if they fall in love with that game, they then go out and buy it. That is a proven thing that always happens. And if more of these stupid fucking analytics assholes would just put in their survey, did you pirate the game prior to purchase? I almost guarantee it's like 20%. Maybe higher.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't agree more with that. There's not really anything to add to that. Yeah, that's how it is.
That is how it is. And they don't want to put that in their surveys and shit because they're afraid. They're afraid to learn that answer. But I know it's there. as a Yar man myself.
Oh yeah, totally.
That's been my entire history with games is like I try it first, and then if I like it, I go and I make the purchase.
Let's take the morality out of piracy in general, though, right? And just take the whole monetary thing. Why should the consumer have to gamble if something is good? Like, say if this new hit game came out, you're taking a gamble that you're going to enjoy that game, but you up front have to pay $70 to know if you're going to enjoy it or not. And if you spent $70 and then you play it for an hour and you're just like, now Steam, you can refund it under an hour if you're not enjoying it. But a lot of launchers don't have this, right? They don't have that consumer protection at all. And it's like, why does the consumer have to front the cost at a gamble? It's a terrible system. I'm not sure how you would do it better, but like demos would probably be the way to go, I guess. But
we used to have the perfect system is we would do a demo, and Blizzard did it the right way, where they would launch the game and then release the demo at the same time. And then you could try it, and then you could buy it the next day. And if you were such a Blizzard fanatic that you would buy it immediately, I mean, you can still do that. I just
even the crack dealer knows that you give a little bit of crack.
you give them a wee bit of taste of the crack before you open up the coffer and show them the rest. No,
Hell yeah.
I don't know why I did an Irish accent for that. That might be racism.
Don't worry, I'm Irish. It's all right. On St. Patty Day, everyone is Irish, so don't worry about it.
On St. Patty's Day, everyone's Irish. Fair enough. Yeah. No, I think pre-ordering is the bane of the game industry. Everyone needs to stop pre-ordering. Never pre-order anything.
Absolutely.
If
I have
you
told in my community, do not pre-order games anymore. Stop it.
absolutely
If you're
do
gonna
not do
buy it day one.
Yeah. If it's something where it might not happen if you don't, then and you really want to see it happen, that's like a Kickstarter or something like that, then go ahead. But pre-ordering a game from a big studio that you know will make this game, they're gonna make it. There's no way it's gonna get canceled. Don't fucking pre-order
It's a
that shit.
short-term loan for the company.
Yeah, and I promise you they're doing nefarious things with that money. So
Yeah, exactly.
and then they're gonna lay off all those fucking employees anyways. So you're oh god, the industry is in such a sad state. I keep saying I'm gonna make a video about like the game industry 2025. Like I did one for 2021. When did I last do a video? God, it was a while ago. And every time I do it, I start to get depressed. I'm just like, I can't do this today. Maybe tomorrow.
I get it, homie. You go back and play these old PS2 games, and it's just like, damn, what we had. Or a GameCube game, any game that's the retro in these days, and you're just like, man, things were so much better.
They were and they weren't. I mean, the things that were better were simply that creatives were allowed to be creative. And these days at these corporations, they are not. They are held back by producers and data analytics motherfuckers and like executives
Marketing teams.
Marketing and the board and the profit, the bottom line, the profit. And if you can't prove something is profitable, you're basically, it's not going to happen. And like that, when I was at Ubisoft, I was trying to push for a tactics game. I really wanted to do a tactics game with the Might and Magic franchise. And
Oh, hell
they were
yeah.
and they were just like, no, there's no money in it. And they just kept like showing me like, look, this, this game that you liked, Final Fantasy Tactics, that made no money at all. And like none of these make any money. So no, we're not going to do that. I'm like, fine.
Well, I know a bunch of Might and Magic homies. Intius is one of them who has played like a lot of the Might and Magics, has been dying for a good one. So probably would have had a customer for that.
I think that they did a tactics game, the Princess Light. What was it? Ubisoft Light Princess. What was the game? Fuck. Child of Light. Then they did Child of Light, which is a fucking tactics game, and it did really, really well. What was the sales on that one? Let's see. Estimated revenue of 3.4 million. So it did pretty well.
Yeah, City Man. That's a good point. That could be, but I guess the benefit of that is you have like YouTube reviewers, hopefully, and like your own independent reviewer, right? Who's someone you trust to have a honest opinion, really. Would be the kind of discrepancy there, I guess, that would make up the difference. Is hopefully that, as me and Dave were saying earlier, just people shouldn't pre-order games. Like, you should literally wait. Like, if your computer's aging, you should check out the performance metrics to see if you can run it. That's a kind of a bigger deal now because things are getting way too expensive and technical debt is adding up.
The fucking graphics cards are fucked. I don't even know what to do. I bought my 3080 Ti. Is it T or Ti? I guess it's Ti. They say T, so I don't know what Nvidia's thinking, because I definitely prefer to say Ti.
In the US, it's Ti.
Okay, so I have that, which is not the greatest. Whatever. I should have bought a 3090 or waited for a price drop and then bought a 3090 or something. But the 4090 and the 5090, both cards can go up in flames. They're fucking connector overheats because of a stupid design flaw.
Yeah, if you get
I actually
one
watched a video from a YouTube channel called actually Hardcore Overclocking. The channel host Buildazoid actually goes over the circuit design of the of the connector on the board end.
Yeah. And what is he? What conclusions does he come
Let's just
to?
say the 40 and 50 series, their designs
Uh-huh.
is actually stupid.
Oh yeah,
That's
it's
that's
putting
what
way too much power.
I don't know anything about electronics, really. Okay, a little bit, but
Okay,
I
so
I knew that putting that much power through that little cable was dumb.
it's not the cable necessarily, but rather it's the way
Connector heads.
the board end handles the power distribution.
Hmm.
The 30 series, the 3090 Ti had the 12 volt high power connector, but it ran all 6 conductor lines through 3 shunts.
Mm-hmm.
So that way, if you had like 2 um, of the 12 volt conductor lines cut, and it actually ran them all in series too. So if you lost 2 12 volt connectors, the card won't power up.
Okay.
But because the 40 and 50 series, they're running them through like 1 or 2 shunts in parallel, you can lose as many as like 4 or 5 conductor lines, and it will still power up the card.
And then
Which would explain the reason why the 3090 Ti with the 12 volt high power connector didn't suffer burnt out connectors, but the 40 and 50 series are suffering from the same fate.
The if you go with an AIB board manufacturer, right, and you get one that still has the old Molex cables, is probably fine. The one of the issues that I've heard, and I can't confirm this because I don't own a 5090 or anything, but the power draw of that board is rated for around 500 watts, but you can pull in excess of 650, and that cable can go above 100C, and that's like incredibly hot. That's boiling, and it's incredibly stupid.
Mm-hmm.
The 5090s and 50, actually all of the series that's been released, I think, maybe not the 5080, I can't remember, but they're also missing ROPS, which are rasterization processes things. And what that means is that you can have a 5090 over here and a 5090 over here, but because one is missing the ROPS, you're getting a degraded performance of like 5 to 10%. So this 5090 is technically stronger than this 5090 because there was a board mix-up with it, and it's one of the most disastrous losses, releases, I mean, that NVIDIA has come across.
Yeah, it has
Yeah.
definitely been a bad launch, in my opinion. And
If AMD, oh, go ahead.
no, I don't. There's no competition. Is the problem that I'm seeing.
Yeah, if AMD was like, hey, we're gonna take a loss leader and just absolutely look like the good guys, they would release the 50 or the 970 XT at $500 and just clean sweep this generation. They would go from like, I think it's like 10%, 12% of the market share. They'd shoot up to like 20, 25%. I guarantee it.
Probably.
These solid mid-range cards that are gonna run all of your games currently at $500, it would be the biggest clean sweep for AMD to just come out and be like, hey, we make enough money already. We'll throw it back to one of our favorite consumers. Here you go, guys. Have fun. Here's play your modern games on our cards, please. And then now that they've got them into the ecosystem, now they'll have more buyers in the future, and so on and so forth for the short-term loss.
For sure. And you're right. This is actually a great opportunity for them because a lot of the resistance to AMD is simply unfamiliarity, and they don't know. Like if you've never had one before, you're like, oh no, I've always had NVIDIA, and it's very hard to get people to switch.
Exactly. I think they're gonna make a blunder though. Just looking at what they've done in the past, they're always like, oh yeah, $50 under NVIDIA, we're just going to keep doing that. And it's like, this is why you don't succeed, AMD. You just need to take the risk and put that product, be like, look, it's a solid gaming card. We're going to take a loss on it at 500, but in the future, we will have more trusted customers that are willing to buy our products, because their processors are killing Intel at the moment, just absolutely slaughtering them.
Oh yeah, I
Yep,
switched to
and
AMD a
I'm
while ago.
happy to be a proud owner of one of AMD's CPUs,
Yeah,
even though it's closing in on 7 years old since launch.
holy
Same.
crap, time to upgrade, homie.
Hey, it still plays all the games that I'm playing just fine.
The
Yeah,
one I
true.
bought is pretty hardcore though, so I think it's fine for another
What
year or
you
two.
got, Dave?
You know what? I have to look it up. Let me check my system. System info. It is AMD Ryzen 9 3900X 12-core processor.
Hey, you and me both.
There you go. This thing is, when I bought it, I was like, "There's no way this is generationally never going to go out."
Yeah, that processor was killer when it came out. I bought the best that money could buy when I bought my computer damn near 10 years ago. Holy crap. Right before COVID hit, 6 years ago. Let's see. I'm running the i9 9900K at 5 gigawatts, and I bought a 2080 Ti.
Hey, I have a
Yeah.
RTX 2080 Ti. I haven't upgraded since.
Yeah,
Because,
it
well, I
does
can't master it
pretty
now.
good.
But that's
I
my
still have a
only
GTX
regret.
1080 Ti in my collection. I'm never getting rid of it.
Yeah,
I sh-
same. I have my 1080.
I should have
In
stuck
fact,
with the
there's-
1080. I had a 1080T, and I was like, you know, it's time to upgrade to something. And it was like the choice would be like a 2080 or a 3080T. And so I went with the 3080T, and at the time, this was like COVID where everything was like ridiculous. I think I paid 3 times the price. It's something insane. And now I feel like I'm stuck with it. I need to get the value out of it.
Yeah. I'm quite the overclocker. Unfortunately, I didn't get a masterful bin on my processor, but I did get it stable at relatively low heat overhead. I got mine running up at 5 gigahertz, which was pretty cool. And it plays most things fairly well. It is getting up there in age now, and the 2080 Ti does struggle like with these unoptimized mess of the games these days. But for like pretty much everything else, like Helldivers, it runs fine, but Monster Hunter Wilds runs like absolute garbage. It's hit or miss. DLSS, I'll give NVIDIA credit. DLSS is legitimately magic when it works right.
Yeah, it's gonna say it's magic when it actually works.
Yeah,
So-
the
so
new
do you-
update they did.
Does it work
Okay.
for you? It doesn't work for me. I hate
Um,
DLSS.
Well,
Their new
um,
transformer model that they just came out with is very good. And you have the ability when you, if you haven't updated your drivers, you'll have to update them. But you can swap out the older version of DLSS to, the game has to support it first of all. So like the game has to natively have the option for it. But you can swap out the old version of DLSS to the newest version now through the drivers, and it's called the transformer model, and it's amazing. Red Dead Redemption 2, I posted that screenshot in general chat earlier, and it just, man, it's amazing when it works right.
When it works right,
The
yes.
the why it wouldn't work right is some games their native rendering does look better, but oftentimes especially if you're using at the older variants, there's like it doesn't upscale the image correctly for some whatever reason, or the developers haven't like developed the game to work properly with it, even though it's more of a driver side issue. There could be like I'll give you an example. In Cyberpunk, if you use the native rendering, they use temporal anti-aliasing as a standard, and then you'll have ghosting artifacts when like you're walking past a neon sign. You'll see like a character ghost behind it. DLSS completely gets rid of that.
Hmm.
Same thing with Red Dead Redemption 2. Depending on the light source and how TA is implemented, because the TLDR of how that works is they're taking an image and they're basically making like copies of the image to smooth out the image. And so when something moves quickly across your screen, you'll see like where that image was being rendered. DLSS, because of the way it works, doesn't do this.
Nice.
And so it's a better image over native temporal anti-aliasing. It's not perfect, but like 99% of the time it works totally fine, especially with the new transformer model that they have come out with.
Supposedly the 5090 then would be the way to go.
If money wasn't an objection, I would say don't get the founders edition with the freaking one cord. Get one of the aftermarket cards with the 3 Molex. I think that's not
the
Molex.
3 Express connectors.
Yeah. What is that? Is that just called PCI Express power cards?
Yeah, the
That's what I
Molex
call
is
them.
the old 3-prong one, right?
no, the Molex is the older 4-prong one.
Yeah, 4-prong. Okay. Yeah, my brain's mush tonight. I can tell.
Well, aren't you up
And I
late?
think the Founders Edition does ship with one if you don't have a power supply that's got the 12-volt high power one natively. But either way, I still wouldn't trust the 12-volt high power implementation on NVIDIA's part, because the video that I just linked to you, Azel, Buildzoid does a whole breakdown of how it works and why it's stupid.
Yeah. It's I don't know what the failure rate is. I don't think you have too much to worry about. The main problem is if you're getting a 5090 that is missing ROPS, which you can check for with the GPU Z and stuff. With the PCI Express power connectors also, I would go with that because it's old reliable and it works. So if all that works out for you, I would definitely recommend the 5090 if money was no objection.
Well, it is. That is an offensively expensive card right now.
Yeah,
But I am looking at 4090s because the 4090 is now like under, what, like 1,000 here. I presume they're used.
Yeah, if you can get a good used one, I would definitely have that thing tested before you spend money on it. I don't know what the market's like in Thailand, but just do your due diligence when you go and pick it up. Be like, hey, I want to see it power on and boot into a game and stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like it has to come from a reputable card dealer, or who knows what it is.
Or they have some kind of return policy if you buy it from. I don't know.
Lazada has a very good return policy, so Lazada's like,
yeah, they'd be the way to go.
Within 2 weeks.
Say, if I was gonna buy a used graphics card, I would actually make sure that the seller has a good return policy. If I pick up a card that's bricked,
yeah, exactly.
And if they don't have a return policy, then yeah, I'd want video proof that it does power on and get into a game.
Yeah, for sure. I've had friends buy refurbished graphics cards, and I'm just like, yeah, I bet it won't boot, and it doesn't boot. And I'm just like, eh. Luckily, things weren't that expensive back in those days. But now you're like making a life commitment. You're like, well, am I buying a PS5 or am I buying a graphics card?
Right. I'm not buying a PS5.
Am I making am I also if I'm going for the upper end, I'm having a down payment on a car. But yeah, the performance of the 5090, I mean even the 4090 is fucking solid. Like holy shit. We've gone so far with how powerful GPUs are that they have outpaced processors, and it's nuts. Too bad most consumers won't be able to enjoy such luxury. Remember when you could get an 8800 GTS back in the day for like $250?
No.
Top of the line. SLIM.
Hey man, one of my family members thought I lost my mind when I bought a GTX 1080 Ti at $780.
I
Oh
mean, it
man, I
feels like
spent
you have.
1200 on a 2080.
Hey, I spent
Yeah,
1200 on GTX 2080 Ti, and I haven't bought another card since.
Well, there you go. Totally worth.
yeah. You know, I think a good value to consumers here too is DLSS has like extended the lifespan of especially older mid-range cards quite a bit too, especially if you only play at like 1080p. I think me and Dave are on the same resolution of 3440 by 1440 because you know, ultra wide is the way to go.
I love the immersiveness of it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm never going back.
Hey man, one of these days I'm gonna go to 32 by 9, and I won't be going back. once I
Yeah,
get
super
done.
ultra wide.
That's
You will run into compatibility problems with that, just as a heads up.
yeah. The what is it? Samsung G9 or something?
Oh yeah, the even more expensive one that they came out with, it's OLED or some crap.
I'm
But for
looking at
Samsung?
OLED
They
monitors.
sprinkle
Yeah.
pixie dust on it, 4K.
Also,
Yeah, I was looking at
base-
one of
AF,
those.
no Witcher 3 poster because Witcher 3 is not fun for me. I didn't like that game. Sorry.
Hey man, I had
You'll
a
have
fun
to-
with Witcher 3.
You'll have to tell me about that sometime, Dave.
I just did not have a good
I thought
experience.
Witcher 3 was a fantastic.
I felt the problem was the intro, and I played through the intro once, and I don't know if you remember this because you probably got past that and just kept moving on. But the intro is like 15 minutes of exposition and story about characters that I don't know shit about because I didn't play Witcher 1 or
Oh.
2. So I'm like, I don't care about any of this. And I'm like, I guess it's kind of interesting, but you're not really explaining the world very well to me. I don't really understand why these characters are important or why he cares about her. And they go on and on and on. So to me, it was poorly written. And so that's like a big black mark right off the bat. And then I finished getting through all that, and then the game starts. And then the first thing I did was I run over to a nearby lake, and like some monsters came out, and I'm like, all right, let's fight these monsters. And they just one-shot me. And I'm like, what the fuck? They were
I
merfolk?
bet I know what happened.
What happened?
So there's a setting in the game that was like it'll try to balance the game around your level. If that was enabled, you could be like one shot if you played it on launch and maybe a few patches after that. They'll like rats would one shot you.
What?
Yeah.
They might have
So
selected the Death March game difficulty.
no, it was that could have something to do with it too. Were you playing on Death March? Do you remember?
I
No,
generally, I always pick normal or story. Like I don't care much for difficulty. Like I just want to experience the world and story, and I didn't get to do that.
Yeah.
And then I got to the tavern.
It was probably that balancing. Oh, go ahead.
Then I got to the tavern finally, and I played a card game for like an hour and a half, and I had more fun with the card game than trying to fight monsters.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you had more fun playing Gwent that actually played The Witcher 3.
And then they released Gwent as a separate game, so I played that instead. And then when I came back to The Witcher 3, I was like, I don't remember anything. So I started over and went through that 15-minute exposition phase, and by the time I was done with it, I was just like, I can't. Because I still don't care about any of the characters. So
Yeah. The cold opening. Before I bought Witcher 3, and then I went back and played Witcher 1, beat it, and then I went back and played Witcher 2, beat it, and then I was like, all right, now it's time. And then I did all the stuff that you did basically. And the cool thing is if you played The Witcher 2, there's a joke mission you can do that was a reference to I think it was called The Hangover. Something where like they all get drunk and they end up in Vegas or something, and everything's gone to shit.
yeah, that's the hangover.
It's
And
a
you wake
reference
up with
to
a
that.
tiger in their bathroom.
Yeah. And it's a reference to that, and they give you a tattoo at the end of it where Geralt just gets like completely hammered, knockout, drunk or something, and you get a tattoo at the end of it, and you wrote a prostitute across the river or some shit. It's wild. You
What?
have that tattoo from 2. It's so good.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's one of the cool things that if you carry your save over, you get based on your actions in the previous one. It's a super funny storyline.
That's madness.
Highly You don't need to go back and play 1, although it's not a terrible game by any stretch. Combat is really archaic though.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing I don't like about the Witcher one is the movement and the combat is like really, really clunky.
Yeah, it once you get to like the second act, you start to get it, and you're like, oh okay, I kick ass now. But before that, it's like, damn, what the hell were they thinking? And then all of a sudden, it just clicks, and you're like, oh okay, I get it.
They were thinking stupid shit. I don't know. I think the
Yeah.
main problem for me is just that the writing comes off as pretty poor. It's very much like a goth kid's fantasy, a goth kid's power fantasy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
If you know who the main players are from 1 and 2, and then how Geralt became the Butcher of Blaviken and Yennefer of Vengerberg and all this stuff, it makes a lot more sense going into it. The only thing that kind of comes out of nowhere, but they kind of hand waved that away, was Ciri kind of just appearing out of the blue. Yeah, that's the only thing that kind of was like out of the blue, because it's a lot of if you spare the last boss, like I won't spoil anything, but there's in 2 at the end of the game, there's a guy who's another Witcher, and he's basically gonna kill you, but you and him can have a conversation, and you can completely skip the boss fight. He's like, you know what, you were just doing business. I understand. Witchers do this to survive, and no hard feelings. But you did kill someone cool, so you owe me one. And he's like, okay. You meet him in 3, and he has his own special dialogue and all the stuff referencing 2, and that's a really cool thing that they brought back.
See, I'm sure there's all sorts of cool references to 1 and 2 that would make the whole thing more meaningful. But I didn't play 1 or 2, and I have no intention of going back and doing it because they're old, outdated, and probably
2
too
holds up very
frustrating.
well, I would say.
I did try to play 2
it's-
though, and I did not have a good time.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's probably not your thing, right? So I wouldn't.
It's just not my thing. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, I tried to. There was one attempt at trying to play the game on dark mode. I almost got through all of it, and I just haven't been in the mood to actually launch The Witcher 2 and actually continue where I left off.
Mm-hmm.
But I had a prior save that I lost, and I had it was at the point where I was nearly complete with the second act, and I had completed the second dark mode set.
Yeah, it's really cool the rewards you can get to, and you can carry those over to 3 if you have one of the swords. You get that at the start of the game too. You get the final sword that's like you got to do a whole bunch of really esoteric stuff to get in 1. It's basically like Excalibur that carries over to 2, and it's like way better than your starting weapon. I played hard on the first one because I was like, okay, this is my first entry and I'm gonna give it a good shot. And then after that, I played on Death March on all of them, and that's how I knew when a rat one-shot me. I was like, okay, this game's pretty tough, but I'm a Witcher.
That seems broken. Yeah.
Yeah, so I turned that setting off. I was like, okay, this is much more understandable now. And
By a rat.
if you turn that one setting off, the game is like exponentially more fair because like you're not all finding the mer people. I forget their names.
They're just around that lake in the very, very first village. And I didn't think anything of it.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this is my first encounter, so let's learn about how my weapons work and everything. And no.
Yep. Nope. I think by default nowadays, I can't confirm this, but I think they turned that setting off by default. They have did a remaster of it recently, so I'm assuming that would be off.
One can hope.
I don't know why that would have been on by default when rats could just like even on normal they could kill you. It's very weird.
I don't even know that that's what it was, but for the since I don't remember,
If
we'll just say
if the
maybe.
merfolk were one-shotting you, yeah, it definitely was on because it not only balances their level, it balances their stats.
Oh.
So it just causes the mobs to scale to your level. Then is that what I'm following?
Yeah, and to the point to where you can have the best equipment you can equip at a certain level, and they'll just absolutely dumpster you every single time. Death March is hard, but with that on, it's like you're getting one shot every single time. And even in Death March, you don't get one shot. So, but with that on, you're getting like one tap. Like you can't take a hit at all.
Yeah, I feel like that's not a setting I would ever turn on consciously, so I struggle to believe that that was the default.
Yeah, I think it was because I remember my friend Solaire that I brought up a bunch of times tonight. He played through it and that he was like, "Dude, why are these rats killing me?" And he was he likes a challenge, but he doesn't like too much of a challenge, so he plays on normal and hard as well. But he was just like getting absolutely dumpstered. I told him about that setting, and it was on, and he turned it off.
That's fucked.
So, yeah, I'm led to believe that that was the problem.
Yeah, it sounds like.
I don't, I can't. Obviously, we don't have a time machine, so I can't say for sure, but.
Yeah. They done fucked it up.
Yeah, for real. I bet a lot of people probably quit that game over that.
Right
and they're
then
like,
and
why is
there,
this
yeah.
game so fucking hard?
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like even harder than Elden Ring or like Demon Souls. Because you just can't get hit, period.
Yeah, that was basically my experience. I'm like, I'm not up for this. And so I just stayed in the tavern and played the card game, and that was more fun.
Gwent is pretty good. I ran a monster deck.
But then all these people would come into the tavern and start talking. And I'm like, I don't know who these characters are, and why should I care? Like,
Yeah.
and then he's like, I'm rugged loner, blah blah blah. Leave me alone. And I'm like, okay, why are you here then? I gotta save these people. I'm like, why do you care? And it's never really made clear. Yeah, in that, at least not in the intro or anything. It's like if you're so rugged and I'm by myself, why are you going out of your way to protect all these people? I guess for gold? No, that's not his motivation. So what is it? Does the books go into that?
Yes, the books go into much greater detail. So in the entire Witcher franchise, they give the player the opportunity to take a side. And if you want the true Geralt experience, he's very neutral about everything. But what you'll find is if you side with someone, they often become the person that you were trying to stop in the first place. The first game, you can side with either the Cult of the Sun or some shit, I can't remember the name, but it's like a zealot group, or the elves, and they hate each other for some reason. And if you choose one, the other goes immediately and tries to genocide the other. So it's like, should have just been neutral the whole time. And that's why Witchers are like, you pay me money, I do the job. That's the end of the story. He does make an exception in 2. He was friends with the king by the end of the 1. He got accused of a bunch of shit that he didn't do. The king exonerates him at the end of the game, pretty much, and you become best buddies for like a day. Then that Witcher, which is the setup for 2, kills the king that is your homie, like you're actually friends with him, and then it just sends the whole region into madness. War comes in. They're having a regicide war, basically, where the king's dead. There's a power vacuum. They're looking up to scoop up the power, and you're caught in the middle of it. So, and by 3, there is still sides to pick, but it's not as like imperative. If you have a save from 1, you can meet the group of elves and talk with them for a brief stint. That was a pretty cool reference back to 1. Yeah, the Order of the Sacred Flame. Yeah, AF's on point with that. Burst the squirrels. And they're both bad as one another. And I was friends with one of the Sacred Flame people, but then he turns into a zealot basically, and is just like, well, if you're with them, I'm gonna kill you. And it's like you got to kill one of your friends. It was actually like a shitty moment in video gaming. I was like, damn, I actually feel bad. Well, you got to die now.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where they're like, yeah, witchers are supposed to be neutral because this is the implication. Like, you get taken advantage of if you're not true neutral, which is what happens.
Nobody's true neutral.
Yep. I have no strong opinion one way or the other.
Maybe you shouldn't murder that guy. He has an opinion.
Get him. All right, homies. Time flies. I didn't realize how late it was. It was nice talking with you, chat, Dave.
Yar. Good.
And
good talk about nerd shit.
Are you doing the guild? I have no idea how to say your name, homie. I'm
Diana,
sorry.
that's my in-game name.
Sayana. Are you new to the guild?
Yep, I'm fresh.
Welcome to the guild. I hope to see you around more.
Yep. And hopefully I don't miss any more raids to real-life events.
Well, homie, don't worry about it too much. We ain't going anywhere, and if things come up, it happens,
Life
Yeah.
We like to keep it casual. Make sure you take care of your real-life stuff first.
Right, like, gotta take care of the home. I also do pool league whenever I'm needed Tuesday night.
Oh, yeah, cool. Is that like... I'm probably getting this confused. Is it like pool table? Like the...
Yeah, playing billiards.
Oh, yeah, cool. Man, I ain't
Nice.
played billiards in a freaking hot minute. But, yeah. I will
Have a good
catch
night.
all you homies later. Hopefully, y'all be
Yeah.
safe.
Yep, I'll be safe. All right,
I'll
take it
try.
easy.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Lol. Oh. Geralt is neutral until it's a couple of nicely fit fat tissues around the milk plants involved. Later, Azamar. Let's see. I thought that these were the right level, but I'm definitely wrong. So, where do I need to go? I think we go back to Undercity, and we're gonna Hammerfall, I think it's called. How did you and other level designers test the maps for the campaigns you made? Did you play each other's maps? We did. Whenever a map was getting close to being done, or was considered like ready to be played, we would just have a play day and everyone would play it. And Blizzard also had what we called strike teams, who were people outside of our particular team, or made up of like individuals who weren't necessarily on the development side of things. And they would all play and give feedback as well. That's a skull. And you just get big rounds of feedback, and then you'd make a bunch of changes based on that feedback and so forth. And, for good or for ill, that was the process. Sometimes the feedback was dumb. But I don't know. It was a process. Let's say that. It was Blizzard's process, so it must have worked to some degree. Where's the bat? I think the bat's on the opposite side of the mailbox. So that's the mailbox. Let's go this way. There he is.
What would you ask of death?
We need to go to Hammerfall. Hopefully quickly. We've only got 56 minutes and then So yeah, every map would be played by every campaign designer as well. Which with a few maps it wasn't always possible, because sometimes we were making the next map. So if you were working on the next map that needed to be done, then generally you wouldn't play the previous one that was currently being tested by everyone. But sometimes you would, just depended upon your schedule and whether or not you could fit that in. Things were pretty freeform back then. Which is probably why it took 3 years to make a game. Or 5 years. Or 6 years. Depending on which game you're talking about. So this character is level 37. My goal is to get to level 40 now. Not right now, but that's the next goal. And that's because to choose between goldsmith and gem whatever and get all those recipes, you have to be level 40. Yay. Can't say I'm a big fan of that, but I guess it's fairly consistent with how the other ones were done. Not that there's a lot of consistency between the different trade skills, because they were designed by different people. Whatever. It is what it is, and it only bothers me because I wasn't planning on leveling this character. Same with my priest. Who was just a disenchanter, but then I'm like, well, we may as well do basic enchanting because we have all these materials that we probably will never sell, or at least not for reasonable amounts of money. So if you're stockpiling all those materials for enchanting, you may as well use some of them. And I threw some enchants on the warrior as a result, and you know what? Maybe I'll level that priest all the way to 60. Who knows? After I learn tanking with Kinrah, and I feel like that's pretty solid. That's the next step, is to learn healing with a priest on Alosh. But we're not done with tanking yet. I don't necessarily want to get my tanking abilities to the same level as my rogue abilities, because I have multiple years of experience with roguery and maximizing DPS and stuff and getting into those numbers on that particular class. And I still wouldn't consider myself an expert, so getting even close to that with tanking is probably not a viable thing. I would have to devote all of my time to that. I wouldn't be doing the DPS stuff, which is actually the fun part for me. I actually prefer just playing Zenrai all the time. But now that I've started on the tanking path and I've got some gear out of it, I think I feel an obligation to continue and be useful in some fashion. But that's also the burden of tanking. It's just that the whole raid relies on you if you're the main tank. And so you have to know all the fights very, very well and be very, very consistent about when to do what and be able to hold aggro while at the same time not taking too much damage and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of pressure. I'm missing a first aid book. I don't know where it is. So these are often camped. Let's see if we're lucky today. Yeah. Let's see. If there's a person here picking them off one by one, then I can go and grab a bunch. Let's see what the situation is. Oh, okay, good. So we'll just run around. And then we'll drag them back. Freeze them all in place. Drop a nuke. Going to cold. Arcane. 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 They're starting to run. Get in the middle. These guys. Waste of mana there, but no. And loot. That's it. Welcome to Arcane Mage. No, I'm just kidding. This is Frost, I guess. Aslan taught me that. Now you drink up, and then you go do the next group. And there's 4 groups out here that you can do this to. And if you're quick enough, you can do them all in succession. And the last one will be respawning just as you're done drinking. We're sort of starting in the middle of it, though, so it's not perfect, but you know what? It's all good. This guy's level 36. There's a 5th one over here I'd like to grab, if I can. And you're off the bomb here. There's a lip here, so I'm worried that the... what the fuck? Alright. Whatever. Just die. So a lot of what's keeping me up right here is all the stat buffs that I'm getting from the chocolates, which gives me 13 defense, and magical damage dealt is increased by 23. So between that and 30 intellect, and 30 stamina, 30 agility, and the rallying cry of the Dragon Slayer, it's a pretty easy farm. So now is the time to do it. Now is the time to do it. Let's go see what might spawn. Looks like a hunter is over there taking them out one by one. So he's probably got them on farm lock. Maybe? Yeah, he's got a cycle. He's looping. So if I go over there now, I'll be competing for that. Let's just stay here and take this one out. Do single target. Frost spells for me are cheap. so cheap it didn't even seem to cost mana there. There's a pretty big crit chance on this. Aww. There. Oh, is he leaving? Or is there another group over there I don't know about? I don't think so. These have respawned, so I'm curious if he's decided to leave. If so, we'll go grab those. Huh. Ow. Oh, that was some damage. Alright, let's grab him. Oh, that's bad. Hi. If I'm lucky, and I'm not, I'm just gonna wait for the next cone. Resist? How dare you? Yeah, all the extra stamina is saving me. That would have been a death without all that. And I would have been like, what happened? Because I'm not used to mages. The true glass tanks. Cover yourself with buffs, AoE mobs down, profit. Yeah, pretty much that's it. There's not much more to it than that. If you get in real trouble, you can use your mana agate and get some instant mana back. That's if you run out of mana, but when you've got a 30 intellect buff, here it is. You're not going to be suffering too much, especially at this level. So, yeah. XP bar slowing down compared to before. Unhappy days. This is a 37 mage, same as me. That means that they are here to do the same thing that I am doing. So this is a familiar area for AoE mages. So, if I've timed things correctly, I'll get the opener on this group. These spawned. No, one of them already spawned. But it's 1, 2, 3 groups, and I guess I'll leave this mess over here for him to be distracted by. Hopefully it keeps him occupied long enough. That's not a problem. But ideally you don't want to be waiting at all. And if you can get all 4 sets, then you don't have to wait much at all. Wait. No, I'm missing one. Shit. Alright, whatever. We'll miss out on some XP, but... yeah, oh well. Not that big a deal. No take candle. See, it's less efficient if you don't have all 4. Just left that one up. I'll leave it there as a distraction. Give me more time to collect the next group, I suppose. The order in which you kill them actually ends up being really important, but it's hard to keep track of exactly what order you're killing them in. So that guy died first last time. It's pretty much ready. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, they're all there now. Should be a guy here. Yep. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, I'm getting way too close. And this is one of those cases where the mana agate is probably a good use. Huh? What is this? Item begins a quest. A vision appears in your mind of the northern mountains of Arathi and of a brilliant crystal jutting from the earth there. You feel drawn to that place. Your quest log is full. Well, I am curious. It's telling me to go to Arathi Highlands. I don't know. What can I abandon? Let's see. I have like 5 mage quests that I haven't done. It's just this one's just like go to Gilneas. It's too early to go to Gilneas, so let's abandon that. What is this? Arathi Mountains. I just jump up. I did. Arathi Highlands is where? I don't know. That's Alterock. Where's Arathi? Am I not near Arathi? Am I not in Arathi? Is this not Arathi? Arathi Highlands. Mountains. And a crystal. Makes me think trolls. There's the binding circles. Those have golems. Well, we're missing out on mobs. Are we leveling or are we questing? This set is spawned. Maybe we can, no, I don't want to grab that yet. We'll grab this guy. No! Shit, that was a mistake. Don't do what I did. Resist. How dare you resist my wand? True goblin gameplay, everything is full. Indeed. They should have added Chains of Ice. Single target root shares cooldown with Frost Nova, 2-second hard cast time. Interesting. If it's functionally the same and shares a cooldown, I'm not sure what the purpose would be. Unless you're saying it just shares a 2-second cooldown timer. So then you could like single root and then AoE root. I assume like for if someone escapes is what you're thinking? That could be interesting. oh. Stop it. Jesus. Just gonna hang out with these guys. Lol. So when I'm initially pulling, I'm using actually the downcast arcane explosion. And the reason I do that is just I'm trying to get damage on them in some fashion so that no one else can tag the mob. As an escape tool. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey Kinglich, how you doing? How you doing, Kinglich? 13 minutes left on my walk. I am dry though. And my water is running out. Alright, let's go back up. Just woke up. Jeez. Right, I forget I'm on like a flipped timetable from everyone. Ah, good. Now they're all in order. Ooh, I hate that. Alright, well. I want them all to sort of scoop up together. It can be difficult to get that first nuke off. You have to kind of hit it multiple times because it's like, oh, you just took damage, therefore it's not going to work. The reason I'm jumping in the air is supposedly that increases the range. Elixir of Ogre Strength. Huh. Did not know that was a drop. Silk cloth inventory full. Oh shit. No! Eat an apple. Throw away an apple. Cloth is more important to me because I can convert that into items that I can then give to Alosh to disenchant. Elixir of Ogre Strength. Pretty sure I already had that on Kinrah. Not sure if that was a drop I found or if I just bought it off the auction house though. I was unaware it dropped off mobs, so. Alright, next group. I bet you won't go broke if you throw that single linen cloth out as well. Shut up! No, I need that. You don't understand, man. Oh. That's a tough corner just because I'm being greedy with that last mob. Oh my god, I fucked it up. Alright, shouldn't matter too much. I've got more than enough defensive stats to handle all this. I do not like the way they've just split up. this might be an issue. Kind of want to... Also, I'm realizing now that I forgot to remake the mana agate. Didn't matter because I have so much extra intelligence right now, but that would have been a death otherwise. So, after you use your mana agate, you gotta make another one. Don't forget to do that, like me. basically just a free mana potion. Do I have room for it? All right. Goodbye, my precious linen cloth. I'll miss you. Blood scalpier. Goodbye. Frost oil. Why am I carrying this? Oh, I was making something with it. Oh well. Alright, so this group has respawned. Let's go kill them. Is this one here? Okay, so ideally, let's not forget my buffs though, and let's drink myself back up. Ideally, we tag him first, and then we rush up here and get these two, and then we use the long range counter spell to pull him in quickly. So one way to do this is with a frostbolt. Badlands quest. Oops, that was a mistake. Come on. So I'm liking hitting them with the Cone of Cold before I throw down everything else, because that gave me enough time to reset this Cone of Cold, get extra damage off those. Boy, they went in terrible directions. So we are going to get another Cone of Cold then. And freeze him and drop a nuke again. Okay. You know, I've only played I never played mage seriously. I just like sort of toyed around with it at low levels. Now that I'm getting to this level, I sort of see how you can feel the spell weaving. It does feel like you're making decisions in the moment and going, let's do this one and this one. No, this would be more efficient here. Ah, they're perfectly grouped for this. So actually, I'm liking the mage a bit more. In raid situations, I'm not so sure how much fun it would be. I think it would boil down to being similar to playing rogue, in that you're just doing the optimal DPS rotations every time. But I could be wrong. Might ask Aslan about it, but I don't think that I'm ever going to take this to a raid. I don't have the mental fortitude to level up. I'm not even sure I'll make it to 40 with this one, actually, for being honest. Alright, last group has spawned. And those will spawn by the time I'm done with this. So we start with the counter spell to pull. Just getting some tag. Tagged all three. Ooh, gotta resist there. Don't like that. Oops. These guys are just not having it. They're like, no, you can't damage us. The red mage. Already known. So, uh-oh. Already a mage up there doing stuff. Not a good sign. Probably gonna lose this rotation. We'll see though. Why is coarse stone 9 silver on the auction house and salt stone is 7? Kinda ridiculous. I should throw these up on the auction house. I don't think I'm gonna use them anymore. Turtle team better bring the Warcraft 3 spell sounds for existing spells for Flame Strike, Holy Shock, with Holy Lightning jolting sounds. That would be nice, wouldn't it? I think the Warcraft 3 sounds are spot on, yeah. Did they not use all the same sounds? I guess they didn't. Ah, bummer. Big old bummer. Alright, these haven't respawned yet. So we'll just be ready. Or maybe we'll go investigate. I don't know. I just want to maximize the use of the Dragon Slayer and all the other stuff that I've got up. So the ideal use case is obviously to Omega farm. Fuck. That's bad news. We're not getting that one. I should have kind of folded first. What's that? Oh, stop it. This area has become hotly contested. I don't know what the fuck that guy's doing though. Looks like he's doing the orphan quest. Flame Strike is specifically awful in WoW. Warcraft 3 sound for it is superior. I don't know. I haven't heard the difference. Though not noticing might be a bad sign. Eggs. They're back. Alright, let's go see if... Let's go see if these have respawned. Was I ahead of schedule? Or did they already get wiped? We can check the outer mob for the last spot right there. If that spawns, then we know that something happened here already. But I'm pretty sure they haven't spawned yet, so... Feels delayed for some reason. You can't skin them, so that didn't happen. Nope. Just a little delay, I guess. Oh. My walk is done. I'm gonna start the Frostbolt from over here, that way I'm closer to the other two mobs. And there we go. And this guy? That's unfortunate. This is really unfortunate. Bit of a mess, but no problem. Heavy stone? No. It's worth 6 silver. Same as this entire set of linen cloth. What am I doing? I don't know. We'll leave it. This character, unfortunately, does not have any large bags or anything special. So. Last group should spawn fairly soon. But you notice the delay between the sets? That is one of the downsides of AoE farming like this. Or some would consider it a benefit. But it is actually a less efficient spawn rate. But it is a more efficient use of character time and resources. So. That's about full mana. We'll start this one with that. Oops. We're just leaving shit. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Here, we'll use a heavy woolen bandage. No, that's a waste. I should just sell them if I'm never going to use them. Alright. This walk is done. I can hear USB things disconnecting.
All my sound just cut out.
Well, that ain't it. Alright, well then. I urge you to make a small research on those. Huh? Oh, the Warcraft 3 sounds compared to the WoW sounds? Yeah, I'll bring it up to the team. I'll leave it to them, though. They're the sound people. They can make any decisions. It's not really my place to tell them what to do. Oh boy. Getting unlucky. Interesting. That was quite smooth. Crap. Alright, we'll re-up my chocolates, as they are effectively valueless anyways. From a certain perspective. Since this one's a group of 5, I want to make sure I've topped up my mana here. Should be fine. If it goes well... Oh, unlucky. Very unlucky. Alright, well... let the games begin. That's not gonna work. There we go. That wasn't too bad. I think I'm sort of figuring out how to aim the Cone of Cold better. It's definitely something I struggled with in the past, where I just was somehow like 180 away from them and not hitting anything. Or maybe that's just what it looked like, but it's hard to tell from the damage alone. You think they could just import the sounds from War 3 with the built-in editor? It's not a question... I'm sure they could do it. It's not a question of ability. It's a question of whether or not they want to. It's really not up to me anyways. But yeah, I'm sure they could easily strip the sounds right out of the Warcraft 3 CD, to be honest. Alright. Looks like we'll get all of the camps this time. Follow me! Uh-oh. Where's the last guy? That's weird. Where did he go? He resisted. You see that? Why is he running at 30% health anyways? Ah. Oh, these have already spawned. That's dangerous. Opens opportunities for others to take them. It looks like I'm too slow in my rotations. But better to be a little slower and survive than to die repeatedly. Or at all. Alright, let's go. The range on this is just ridiculous. I don't know why I dip in. I don't need to do that. Ah, they ran in all directions, you bastards. Wait for the other ones to come back and then do that. Skill in wands. Have I been neglecting my wand skills? What kind of wizard am I? Arcane Explosion hit radius is a lot bigger than you remember. It is huge. And if you jump in the air, it hits in a wider area. But there's also something odd about terrain that interacts with it. I think being above things, it hits further out. but it's hard to tell, even though I'm doing this over and over and over again. But yeah, the radius on Arcane Explosion is pretty massive. It says 10 yards. But what does 10 yards really mean? Alright. What happened? These should have respawned by now. Curious. Curious. Alright. I'm not hitting much of anything in that direction. Alright, well, let's do this. That was a bit of a strange pattern. Inventory is full. Lesser elemental slaying. Well, we gotta slay those elementals. I should have sold that at a merchant. Alright, we'll up it again and just delete one. Fuck it. No, that's not what I wanted. Shit. Why did I bring everything with me? Alright. 3 bolts of linen cloth. Get out. Do you know if WoW uses 3D colliders at all for hitboxes for AoE spells, or is it all predicted distance checks? I'm pretty sure it's all predicted distance checks, but I don't really know. Because if it's based on Warcraft 3, which is regions, then it might have something to do with, yeah, predicted distance. But that's more a programmer would need to answer that question. I really don't have a clue. What the, why are they running so fast? What is this nonsense? See, when I'm higher on the hill, you can sort of see how much further it goes. Ugh. Terrible finish, but whatever. Rest of it went well. Boy. Let's see. It's gonna be the silk cloth, ain't it? I mean, these are conjured. Wait, what the... Oh my god. I can't figure out how it uses inventory. I'm not saying I just inhaled water, but boy, are my lungs not thirsty anymore. Yeah, if I were better at this, I could be clearing all these the moment they spawned. But, oh man, that's not going to be good for me. This is actually almost terrible. All right, let's see what I can do here. Start the combo over. Ah, it was fine. What the hell? Your mom was disgusting? That's why you look like a plumber? What? What does that mean? What's wrong with plumbers? All right, we got 4 minutes. We'll clear it. We'll do the last group. And you can see that that's like 50%. 36k. 72. Well, let's see. At the end, it should be about 50%. I started at basically 0, so. Because I had just leveled last time. And... oh boy. Stop it. Stop hitting me. I do think it's optimal to do the Cone of Cold before the rest. Get together. Thank you. I think that's exactly... no, that's not exactly 50%. Exactly 50% is right there. So we're close to 50% of the way through the level. I'm not sure how long that all took. About an hour. I don't know if that's efficient or not. But it's okay. I'm gonna bind myself here so that I don't have to fly out again, as this seems to be my chosen AoE playground to do AoE things at. Also, apparently I missed a quest. What's this quest for? Guile of the Raptor. 12 raptor hearts from Highland Flesh Stalkers. Maybe we'll deal with that next time. Though I'm very curious about the crystal in the mountains, so I might do that next. I've never seen this quest before, so either it's new or I just was unlucky, or maybe it's mage specific or something. I have no idea. And here's the thing with mages. They're so frickin' broken. I just port to Orgrimmar now. Woo! Is that fire bigger? Maybe not. I'll need to decide whether I'm going to convert this into... I guess ideally it would be more gem clusters. So let me think. I could store this on Alosh, because right now the problem is they don't have any room. Let's see what I can sell though. Well, all right. First, we're gonna send these to Alosh. Is that it? I think so. And then we'll throw these Shadow Silk up on the AH. Did he sell? No, didn't think so. 40 silver. You don't say. No. We'll send that to Alosh as well. Shadow Silk. Oh. Sells for 10. It's like, what is that? 2, 4, 6, 8. There's 12. About 14 or 15 silver in profit right there. If I just buy all that. I don't get it. I really don't. Six pages of solid stone. Alright, let's try coarse stone. How many pages of that? 4 pages of coarse stone. I imagine the price has come down from what I remember. Or not. Hello? No, it went up. What the shit is going on? Coarse stone is out of frickin' control. Yowzas. Alright. We're definitely putting it up right now. That is way too ridiculous to resist. No idea. I imagine it's jewel crafting. Does anyone know how long the Valentine's Day event is going to go on? Is it even still going? No, I'll admit I haven't looked too closely. Let's go see if QQ Petalfoot is even still up. Maybe I need to do these turn-ins. Already known, we'll just sell these. Nobody. Leave the rest there. Is the Valentine's Day event still going on? I guess is the question. Maybe it is over. Maybe I can't turn in stuff to QQ Petalfoot. No! That would be sad. Alright. Cannot auction a conjured item. Okay. Lesser stone shield. 20 silver. Right there. 66 silver versus 55. 44 silver versus 30. Sure. Maybe. Why are they cheaping out? Dumbasses. You guys are dumbasses. Don't do that. What are you doing? Ugh. It's a 20 gold recipe. Easy. Good night, City Man. I'm gonna wrap this up soon anyways. In fact, I'm not doing anything terribly exciting for the rest of this. I'm gonna go check if the... Here, I'll stay... I'll keep streaming till I see if the event is still going on. Because if QQ Pedalfoot isn't there, then I can't turn in these Horde gift collections, and I'm kind of hosed. I guess what I would do is convert all these when I need them, and then throw away the Horde gift collection. But that would be sad. Is this guy faster than my turtle? Ever so slightly slower. To be fair, I'm not level 40 yet, so... Didn't Grom Hellscream kill this guy? What is this? Has this always been there? Wait a minute. Oh no, it's gone. No. No! Alright, well that sucks. Nazgrill, advisor to Thrall. Alright, well that answers that question about that. So we can throw out this Horde gift collection. It is useless. And we have 5 days to use the rest of these, which I think we will put to good use. Chocolates are... defense and hit, and this one. So you can look inside and peek at what the chocolates are. Nice. 5 berry creams. That's useful. So we'll try to maximize this. We've got 8 days to use those, or pop them out. Can you pull them out one by one? No, you cannot. That would have been definitely questionable. Alright, anyways. If you missed the event... Why is my FPS up? I didn't turn that on. I must have accidentally hit some key combo to turn on my FPS meter up there. Oh, you can't see that. Interesting. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit sad that I didn't get to turn in the gift collections and potentially get something cool, but oh well. Tis what it is. So we'll sell the things we know don't sell well. And where's the other one? There you are. Nope, that wasn't it. That needs to go to Kinrah. Is it this? No, it's this. This needs to go to Alosh. That needs to go to Kinrah. And the rest is whatever. We'll sell these. And that repairing 69 copper. You would think that would go in the auction house, but I think that the prices there were much below that 14 silver it's claiming. Disappointing to say the least. Alosh gets the enchanting recipe, and Kinrah gets the ogre elixir, but I'm pretty sure she already had that anyways. Alright guys, so I'm gonna call it here and preserve those chocolate buffs. Thanks for joining me, and enjoy the Goblin outro.
Goblin APB alert. The long-awaited moment has come. In universal agreement with the High Goblin Council of Traders, we are shorting shell coin. That's right, get your shorts in now and dump tomorrow at 3 p.m. The scam's in, the shell coin's been bought, and now the rug pulling out are just rewards. Yeah, just rewards for the goblins. Gobbling up that shell coin gold. Gobble, gobble, gobble that shell coin gold. Yeah.
This has been the Goblin APB Alert. We're now returning to your regularly scheduled programming.